Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, honorable members. I hope I'm audible. Am I audible? I must press. But it doesn't look on this thing. Yeah. All right. Thank you very much, colleagues. Good morning, honorable members and colleagues from the sector. I think perhaps, Anele, let's begin by dealing with any apologies, if there are any. All right, so the apology that we have received this morning is from the Minister of Higher Education, Science and Innovation, Dr. Bladen Zimande. He had indicated that, I think last week, if I'm not mistaken, and has thus requested that the Deputy Minister, Honorable Butima Namela, thus represents the ministry. Greetings, members of the Portfolio Committee and the committee management team. VC Prof. Nhlapo, it's good to be here. Greetings to yourself. Thank you so much for availing the facilities of the institution to the Portfolio Committee. Of course, when DG said thanks for hosting us, you said no, but this is your institution. So we're glad to see that there are vice chancellors who appreciate that these are public institutions. Colleagues would know that Parliament has been affected by a fire. Therefore, the facilities for us to host this colloquium in a hybrid fashion were not available. And thus we reached out to CPUT to say, if you have a facility that could make this hybrid, to allow for a conversation of this magnitude to reach as many people in the sector as we can reach, of course, considering the fact that virtual platforms in themselves have challenges in relation to inaccessibility. But it is a way of trying to extend these engagements as far as we can. Greetings to the Deputy Minister, Butima Namela. He's on his way, should be here before 9:30, I'm told. To DG, Dr. Nkosnati Sishi and your team, thank you. Thank you for always making yourselves available and not avoiding, being held to account by the committee. We appreciate that. To the President and SG of SAUS, I'm told the President is on the virtual platform. Greetings to yourself, President Nzoia, and I'm told the SG Daweti is on his way. To colleagues from COSATU, who I believe are represented by Mr. Parks, as delegated by President Losi, welcome to yourselves. Colleagues from USAF, I am told that Prof. Bawa will be joining us on the virtual platform. However, we do have colleagues, Dr. Meyer, who we often engage with, on the virtual platform, is here, and it's good to see you in person. Also, Dr. Chalufu, thank you so much for availing yourselves. To colleagues from the CHE, thank you as well for being here. I believe, Anele, they are here, yes? Not yet, okay. And then, of course, we also have those who, if colleagues would remember, when we had initially attempted to begin this series of colloquia particularly on institutional autonomy and academic freedom vis-a-vis public accountability, we had initially attempted to host it in 2020, if I'm not mistaken, and COVID impacted on those particular plans. We attempted again in 2021, and in that regard, local government elections impacted our plans. So initially, when we had started when we had intended to sit the colloquium last year, we wrote to stakeholders, to citizens of this country, to make written submissions to the Portfolio Committee on their views on this particular topic. And so there were people who responded and made oral submissions. And they also will be making presentations on the virtual platform. Dr. Mfunza Miller, who's a senior researcher, senior research fellow at UJ, Mr. C. Hanyani, who's the former Neteo chairperson at the University of Forte, Dr. Arli Khwabe, who's the chairperson of the Higher Education and Transformation Network. They were making presentations on the virtual platform. Greetings to yourselves, but greetings to all the stakeholders that have also joined us on the virtual platform. I see you are there. Unfortunately, I can't access I'm not, apparently, if I access the platform on my laptop, which would allow me to actually see who are the 40, I think we're almost 50 on the virtual platform, who all those participants are, and afford you your individual greetings as well. But I see you're there, colleagues, and thank you very much for joining us. Colleagues, at some point, I don't want to say a lot, DG, in these opening remarks, to be honest. I think for us, more than anything as a portfolio committee, what's important is how we conclude and the recommendations that we will then try and compile towards the end of this first part of a series of colloquium on this particular topic is what will be important to us as a portfolio committee. But DG, to be honest with you, at some point I was feeling as though, or collectively we were feeling as a management team, that perhaps there's a force, coordinated by certain stakeholders in the sector that did not want this colloquium to sit, considering the contentiousness of this particular topic. But I'm glad that it's finally sat. Amatonga wetu ayavuma as a portfolio committee. We are finally set. And just to remind us of why we're here, we're here to, I think when we sent out the invite, perhaps it was not extensive, because we simply say we're here to discuss institutional autonomy. But more than anything, we're here to discuss the relationship between institutional autonomy, academic freedom, and public accountability. And core to that particular discussion is also cooperative governance. And so that's why we're here, colleagues. We're here to discuss those particular matters from our different perspectives as stakeholders in the sector. The concept of a colloquium for this portfolio committee is something that, and Anele, you may correct me if I'm mistaken, but I want to believe that the colloquium is unique to the portfolio committee on higher education, science, and technology in the sixth administration. And this was a concept that was brought to life by the former chairperson of the portfolio committee, Honorable Philima Pulane, who's now the deputy minister in communications. And the whole concept and idea of hosting this, these colloquiums was to say portfolio committee meetings in their structure do not allow the portfolio committee to delve into the type of issues that arise from our meetings. Not so long ago, we had a meeting, I think it was on transformation, where the CGE was presenting to us the work that they've done. And I think from that conversation alone, many of us who from the department, from CGE, from the other committees that also joined us, because that was a joint committee meeting, there was a view that we may have to have colloquiums on the broader topics that are brought to life within the committees. And so that is the nature of how then, we have this concept of colloquiums coming to life. So it's not a new idea of this portfolio committee in the sixth administration. We've had a colloquium on the fourth industrial revolution in 2019. We had a colloquium on funding in the PSET sector in 2019. And of course, because of COVID and, at a later stage, local government elections, we could not sit this particular colloquium. And we want to have more colloquiums on gender, on transformation, on indigenous knowledge systems, on a myriad of matters that may come up in the sector. We want to have a colloquium, DG, at some point on how to have sustainable funding of the higher education sector, and not only the funding of tuition, but the funding of infrastructure, the funding of a whole lot more that goes into the sector. On the matter of today's series, and I've said to colleagues, it's going to be, at the moment, we're planning as a committee for it to be a two-part series, right? So today, what we seek to get are the views of pertinent stakeholders in the sector on what institutional autonomy is, or perhaps the relationship between institutional autonomy and academic freedom vis-a-vis public accountability, of course taking into consideration cooperative governance, the successes and failures of it, the impediments and enablers of it, the role of the state and oversight institutions like ourselves as parliament, and the threats to institutional autonomy and academic freedom. We also want to look into how do we balance institutional autonomy and public accountability. So that's what brings us to this particular discussion today. And, you know, the minister, the deputy minister, was saying to us when we were, you know, just engaging on ensuring that he comes to this colloquium, he was saying to me, it's so important that we are, as a sector, able to discuss this matter outside of conflict. I want to believe, as a portfolio committee, there's no institution we're currently fighting with WIP. Yeah, so you know, we're not at war right now, as Debza. I don't think, Honorable Litsi. So I think we are engaging on this matter in good faith. We're not, because what DM then says is that it's so problematic that when we as a sector want to raise the issue on institutional autonomy, it's often when we're fighting. It's when students are on the picket lines and want to raise their issues and they feel as though management is not listening to them. It's when workers face that particular same challenge. It's when members of the community want to have access to institutions but feel as though they are ivory towers in our communities. When the portfolio committee, as the Higher Education Act stipulates, has the right to hold institutions to account, considering that there are funds that are state funds that are allocated to these institutions for them to operate, regardless of whether or not as a sector we believe it's sufficient or insufficient. But at the end of the day, these institutions are also public institutions, and therefore, as the committee, as the department, articulated by the Higher Education Act, we all have our respective roles to play. So this colloquium does not sit to say that to paint anyone in a particular light, DG Asilwi. We want to find a way for us as stakeholders to say, considering the differentiated roles that we have to play in using institutions of higher learning to better the lives of South Africans so that they have the requisite skills and knowledge to be active participants of our economy, how do we all play our respective roles to bring the transformational agenda of institutions to light? So that at the end of the day, our people are at some point self-liberated. So that is why we're meeting Asilwi. There's no one who's using institutional autonomy at this point in time or public accountability at this moment to raise those challenges. But DG, it is without saying that the fact that this is even such a contentious, ongoing topic, it is because there are challenges that we have in how we understand these different concepts. And these different concepts, from my understanding, Honorable King, should, when you read the Higher Education Act, they should not be contesting one another. So I'm of the view that perhaps in this session, I just want to listen to all these key stakeholders and see where is the crisis. Why is it that in how the Act is currently formulated, we can't find ourselves cooperatively governing the sector, where the intervention, and there must be clear distinction between intervention and interference, where the intervention of state, the intervention of the committee, the intervention of stakeholders is considered to be an interference and is resisted upon by different stakeholders in the sector. So what is it that gets us to a point that we have these particular contradictions? Some may argue that, do we even collectively, holistically, have a similar appreciation for what institutions are meant to achieve? Some are saying, maybe let's start there, to say, do we know what exactly collectively as South Africans we view institutions of higher learning to do in society? And maybe that's where the challenge comes. But it is through conversations like this in this colloquium that we can attempt to find one another. There's a lot of work, DG, that's been done on this particular topic. Before I was even born, Dr. Lewin was reminding me the other day that Inoba, when some documents like the Yellow Book were being crafted, Inoba Ben Casa, I was still a toddler, crawling. But they have a direct impact now. Not only 2016, not only 6 years ago when I was a student leader, and many of us in this committee are former student leaders, and we know how, institutional autonomy was always a very thematic debate within SASCO itself and many other student organizations. But again, this same young person who was crawling when some of these policies were formulated is now a member of the portfolio committee that has a role to play. And those particular policies then have a direct impact in the responsibilities that one is then given. So, DG, what we want to understand today from yourselves as the department is what is the role that you have to play? DM will come and also give us perspective there. I hope he's on his way because I said I was not going to be long with my opening remarks. So he's the next one to speak. Steve, I hope, Mandla, I hope we can locate to UTM. So what is the role that you have to play, led by the ministry, of course, and the responsibilities and roles that are given and afforded to the minister? What is the role that vice chancellors believe to be their responsibility? And DG, I want to ask something. As far as I know, I think there isn't an institution or a body that represents or that organizes chairs of councils of universities. There used to be. And I think those are some of the concerns one is having as we are visiting this work. Because when you look at the Act, it gives councils clear mandates as well, which I think should be different. There should be a complementary, contradictory relationship between the responsibilities of management as led by VCs and that of council as led by chairs of council. The same way there's a difference between ourselves as a committee and yourselves as a department. And so we will have the views of vice chancellors. We will have the views of the students, we'll have the views of workers and the views of the CHE, who also have a very fundamental role to play in how they support the work of the minister and of the department and of the sector at large. What we also want to caution colleagues is a thought that when we speak about institutional autonomy, we don't appreciate the import, or when we speak about public accountability and cooperative governance, there's a lack of appreciation for the importance of academic freedom and institutional autonomy. As a country with the history that we have of being led by an apartheid regime, if we look beyond the borders of our country, we look at countries like Germany, under the era of Hitler and Nazi Germany, we have an appreciation of the fact that institutions of learning, of academia, can be used regressively by certain collectives at a particular time. And so we have to ensure that that particular freedom that is stipulated within the constitution of this country is protected. So I still want to maintain to say the Act, in fact, is quite, perhaps there's a lot that went into it and it makes sense at some point. So I don't know, DG, why when we speak about public accountability, we want to dictate to institutions how to run themselves. But also what we can't allow is that, and perhaps these are questions that I'm throwing at you. I need to have an indication at some point, Anele, if DM is close, so that I can, stop talking. But we also want to understand that when we as a country are saying there are social ills and collisions in our country where we have gender-based violence, where we have a challenge around social cohesion, how do institutions of higher learning then assist us in being microcosms of society that can assist us in eradicating those particular challenges? Because education should also, well, as far as we understand it, should be assisting us in addressing the challenges that we have in our communities. With the high unemployment rates, if we're saying education is a tool that can be used to ensure that citizens have the requisite skills and knowledge to be active participants of our economy, the high unemployment rates in our country would indicate to us that our citizens are not active participants of the economy currently. Therefore, are the skills and knowledge that we are affording them through our institutions of higher learning truly affording them that particular opportunity to be active participants of our economy? Now, when that is not happening, we as a portfolio committee, we as government, we as labor unions, we as stakeholders and citizens of the country cannot sit back and not want to ask why these institutions are not meeting the mandate of development that we want to see as a country. So, but then we'll be told, DG, that we are interfering. When things are happening in our institutions, of which members of parliament are sometimes close to because maybe these institutions are within their constituencies. Honorable King wants to go and do oversight here in UWC. And the truth, Prof. Nklapo, is that your colleagues will ask Honorable King why she's coming alone and why she's not coming with me and all of us. But she's a member of parliament and she is got the, she has the functions and roles to fulfill her oversight role of listening to what the challenges are in that institution, bringing them to the committee and assisting us in a committee, as a committee, to assist the sector. Because also what I fear is that colleagues, when the committee wants to fulfill its oversight role, it's seen as though we want, I don't know, we're on a witch hunt to make colleagues seem incompetent. No, we are actually trying to assist in many occasions, and that's why we'll come out with recommendations, because we want to assist. So those are the challenges that we face. So in as much as right now we're not meeting because of any particular conflict, the truth is that this conversation does stem from a series of historic conflict in relation to how these concepts complement one another. So colleagues, that is perhaps what brings us to this point. We have part one and part two. Part two, we will want to open it up greatly to stakeholders and citizens who might not be part and parcel of the organized bodies that we all find ourselves in. We want it to be as open as possible. We want to have as many views as possible coming forth. But we are hoping that the engagements we have here today will assist us in sparking thought to those who hopefully have joined the platform now and may want to be part of part two of this series of colloquia. We really do want to, as a committee, come out with very tangible and actionable resolutions and recommendations that can try and have direct, immediate impact on the work that we're doing, but also impact on this conversation in the long run. So that is what our current plans are, colleagues, and those who may want to continue to make submissions in written format, please do so. I think many of us do have access to Anela's email address. If not, please just do request it and make your submissions and contribute to this important conversation that we ought to be having. I don't have an indication of DM's location. So what I would want to do, DG, is, because you are the next one on the program, is ask for you to present the views of the department, which are very critical in the work that we are doing. Can I also ask that colleagues who are dealing with IT from time to time, do just show us the interactions on the chat so that we are able to, acknowledge the presence of the colleagues who've joined us on the virtual platform, because we are all here together. So having said that, colleagues, you are welcome. We are here to learn. As a committee, Honorable Mananiso, we always say that we don't hold hegemony over the views of citizens of this country. There are too many for us to ensure that we capture all their views accurately. Neither are we pedagogues of any sort. So we rely on moments like these to learn from stakeholders, to learn from vice chancellors, to learn from academics, to learn from students, to learn from workers, to learn from the department. And that is what will be important for us to learn from one another as a country and see how we can work cooperatively together in making this country a better place for all of us to exist within. So DG, having said that, I will hand over to you. It's now 9:40. I believe you have 30 minutes to present. And I trust that you will be able to do so within the time that has been allocated to you. Welcome, colleagues. Dichi, before I hand over to you, hey, I've made a grave error. Cabanga umuntu afika endlini yomuntu azitike nje azitike ayenza itiye apheke hey yazini amema abantu hey umlando nje bisi ngiyaxolisa kakhulu I know I've probably taken a lot of what you would have said to us, but please do officially welcome us to your institution.
No, you're welcome, Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Molweni. Goeiemorgen, dames en heren.
Mora.
Those are the three languages that we use at this institution when we communicate and when we conduct our business. Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education, Science and Technology, Honorable Nompendulo Mkachwa, all members of the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education, Science and Technology, Deputy Minister of Higher Education, Science and Innovation, Honorable Buti Manamela, Director General, Department of Higher Education and Training, Dr. Sishi, the CEO of Council on Higher Education, Dr. Witty Green, and the chairperson of Council on Higher Education, Professor Temba Msia, shows he's actually he's on the platform. Student formation from all the higher educations in South Africa, particularly our own SRC President, Nanga Kodana, fellow Vice Chancellors and staff from various universities here present, all guests here and afar, welcome to the Cape Peninsula University of Technology. Please feel at home. And on conference or symposium of this nature, there is a likelihood that one may omit one or two, but please let me be forgiven. I normally rely on two principles. The principle of de minimis non curac lex, and the principle that is referred to as in dubio pro reo. I think I can be forgotten. I can be forgiven. Welcome to this rainy and beautiful day in Cape Town, particularly at the Cape Peninsula University of Technology, otherwise known as CPUT. We always say to people that this is not CPUT, because you'll have that particular speak. Some people will say kaput. But please note, this institution is CPUT. Is C for the C as the ocean, and the P as the P that you grow, and the U as you, and the T as a T that we had this morning. So that's CPUT. So we always really take offense when people are saying kaput or siput. In fact, the latest speak now, there is an element of Putinism in it, because they are saying there's a put there. That means that Vladimir Putin has something to do with our institution. So there is nothing of the sort. In today's gathering, ladies and gentlemen, institutional autonomy of public universities in South Africa is under discussion, a very important and critical discussion for all of our stakeholders. And I must actually say, Chair, you are absolutely right. This is an issue that has been topical for years, but there are contradictions and paradoxes. And how do we manage those contradictions and paradoxes is of utmost importance. And we are looking forward today to listen to those particular contradictions and paradoxes. And this is actually seen in the number of charters that has been signed across the world. I've seen the Magna Carta of European universities. I've seen the Lima Declaration on Academic Freedom and Autonomy of Institutions. I've seen the Declaration on Rights and Duties Inherent in Academic Freedom of International Association of University Professors and Lecturers. And I've seen the Kampala Declaration on Intellectual Freedom and Social Responsibility. I've seen the Dar es Salaam Declaration on Academic Freedom and Social Responsibility. All of them, they're actually looking at this particular subject. That means that there is something in this that we must actually tackle. And I'm sure that today we'll be able to tackle the bull by the horns and be able to say, how do we deal with this subject as a sector? We know that academic freedom and university autonomy are two sides of the same coin, but we also know that with academic freedom and institutional autonomy come responsibility to society and social responsibility, which is the point that you underscore earlier on, that academic freedom and institutional autonomy are not ends in themselves. With that said, Program Director, we are looking forward to the great discussion, great debate. What we know is that universities have a singular opportunity and obligation to contribute to the development of society, democracy, and to play an active role in shaping societies and strengthen the social contract. Therefore, the relationship between academic freedom, institutional autonomy, and democracy is critical and a fundamental value for higher education system across the globe. We are looking forward to a very interesting discussion, and we are here to intellectually contribute. With that said, when you conclude and welcome people at this part of the world, we always say, Enkosi mawethu, siyabulele. And of course, the last section of our people will feel excluded if you stop there. They would also like to say, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. But you are not supposed to stop there because you'll be excluding other parts of the community. And of course, to ensure that we embrace all the communities within our institution as per policy, you also need to say, Baya danki da mesen here. Geniet die dag verder. Thank you.
Thank you very much, VC. I think we can hand over to you, Tichu. So you've forgiven me, VC.
Forgiven. It's your house.
the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education, Science and Technology, Ms. Nompendulo Mkhajo, has opened this colloquium with very important remarks that I think and I believe will frame the conversations and steer the conversations towards the direction that will lead to ownership of the resolutions and the contribution that we make collectively. Thank you very much, Chair, for those remarks. I think they also have provided some kind of clarity in terms of the purpose of the colloquium. And where there was a lack of clarity, I think we have now arrived at a point where we feel comfortable that we are in the right place and our purpose is clear, particularly to our stakeholders who may not necessarily be located within the environment of where these policy issues are discussed. Professor Nhlapo, the Vice Chancellor of this giant institution, thank you for welcoming us and ensuring that we are able to take off our jackets and get ready to engage on this topic, but you've also given us some kind of orientation into the focal areas of this institution, and I think we are aligned in that regard. I take this opportunity to recognize in absentia the Minister of Higher Education and Training, Dr. Blade Nzimande, who would have been with us if he wasn't with the President in Saudi Arabia, and we expect that the country benefits from such engagements that are taking place at a very important time when the world is confronted with the issues emanating from the war in Europe. Allow me to recognize the Deputy Minister of our department, also responsible for science, technology, and innovation within the ministry. And welcome, DM. It's good to have you here, and we are all looking forward to your contribution to the conversation here today. Members of the Portfolio Committee, I've not been long in my engagement with you since late last year up to now. I think that many of us, particularly not only myself, the executive committee of the department, of which it's represented by two deputy directors general who are here with me. Dr. Thandi Luwin is here, who's responsible for university education, as well as the deputy director general responsible for TVET branch, Mr. Zamogwake Samuel Zungu. Ladies and gentlemen, in the midst of this very important occasion, there is leadership of the sector. That includes student leadership that we recognize. That includes institutional leadership. That includes opinion makers that are respected in the sector, and we would like to recognize them as we make this input. And thank you for making time for this important, conversation that is initiated by our portfolio committee, and congratulations for this. I think that the impact of this conversation will lead to much better clarity in the strategic direction we are providing in the sector. We seek to, in the next few minutes, provide a sense of the location of the Department of Higher Education and Training and its contribution, particularly focusing on successes, looking backwards at where we come from, and some of the areas where we felt we are challenged, and we still would like to find solutions in that regard. The cooperative governance in the sector is very well defined in the Act as a multi-tiered system of governance with delineated powers and constraints and checks and balances across different levels and spheres of governance. It's intended in this regard to support the steering of the transformation through the designated levels, particularly planning, funding, and quality assurance. But I think it's important that at this point, and I think when the Deputy Minister makes his contribution, you will see that as a department, we locate this conversation within a broader transformation agenda of our department. And I think that's how you see. So the policy origins, of this conversation is located certainly within the policy framework for education and training that was a contribution of the African National Congress in its Yellow Book published in 1994, at which the Yellow Book states that the right to academic freedom is protected in the chapter on human rights in the interim constitution then. And I think it's important also to understand that this conversation is taking place at a different era and at a different period and context. And it's important that we understand the shifts in the emphasis that we are making as we continue to implement our policies going forward. Academic freedom entails the right of freedom of speech in the academic sphere and must be distinguished from the autonomy of higher education sectors and institutions. Autonomy relates to the policies which govern the overall running of institutions, their general direction in relation to developmental strategies, and hence issues such as specialization and differentiation. That's the take of the policy framework, and we'll come back to this a little later. The National Commission on Higher Education states that the Commission's proposal seek to mediate the apparent opposition between state intervention and institutional autonomy. And at the opening remarks of the chair of the portfolio committee, she makes this observation of the contradictions and tensions that exist between the different roles, particularly the role of the state and the role of institutions. The National Commission on Higher Education further indicates that the directive role of the state is reconceived as a steering and a coordinating role. And I think it's important to make this emphasis that the role of the department is largely around the steering of the sector, but also of ensuring that we provide coordination in the sector. Institutional autonomy, therefore, in this regard, is to be exercised within those limits of accountability. a cooperative relationship that needs to exist between institutions and the Department of Education is the emphasis that we made then and which we are also making now in alignment with the contribution of the National Commission on Higher Education. The principles of academic freedom and the institutional autonomy, according to the Commission, may be maintained as key conditions for a vibrant higher education system, of which we seek to achieve and we continue to work hard every day to attain. If you were to make or cross-reference these inputs, both emanating from the Yellow Book and the contribution of the Commission with the White Paper 3 of 1997, you will recognize that in terms of the department, firstly, the ministry adopts the model of cooperative governance for higher education in South Africa based on the principle of autonomous institutions working cooperatively with a proactive government and a range of partnerships, which means there is no sector that can on its own just see its role as final without the principles that brings together, all the social partnership and the compact that drives and steer, the sector. Secondly, that the White Paper 3 notes that to give effect to the transformation of higher education in the spirit of cooperative governance, the ministry has a role to enhance the capacity of higher education, particularly the location of this function within a branch that is doing so. Hence, we've got colleagues from that branch here with us today, and I'm happy. And at some point in our conversation, we'll hear the voices of our colleagues on some of these issues and recognize the alignment that already exists between, our own focal area and that of the rest of other stakeholders and social partners. Cooperative governance assumes a proactive, guiding and constructive role for government. It also assumes a relationship between the state and higher education institutions. And that relationship is very important. And I think your comments, Professor Ntapu, earlier on might have been on a lighter note, but they are taken very seriously because they are located within the emphasis that we are making as a department. It is in that context that you are going to see us improving on the pace of the implementation of our policies, because the absence of that relationship creates unnecessary, barriers that create tensions and leads to the waste of resources and waste of our time. And I think it's important that we retain this and we maintain it and we grow it within the parameters of the law that clarifies very clearly who and which role each one of us is supposed to play. The White Paper 3 and the Higher Education Act of 1997 adopted a cooperative governance model for the governing of the sector. In this regard, the relationship of institutions with the state, which is the system, is based on the principles of academic freedom, institutional autonomy, as well as public accountability. I think this is really essential because it begins to define the location of the roles of different stakeholders and specify that none of these roles can be exercised, in isolation of the recognition of the role of the other. And I think this is really, really important. Institutional leadership has a role to play. that is also based on principles of representativeness and participation of both staff and students. And those vice chancellors that I've had a chance to speak to know that my emphasis all the time is always facilitate and make sure that there is a good rapport between the management of the institution, staff, and the student leadership. And I think this is really, really important. And we make an emphasis in this regard because we know that where we succeed, it's located in this area. Also where we are failing, it's in the very same area. And I think it's important for us to, as we engage going forward, to keep referring to the distance we've traveled thus far in this regard. The National Council of Higher Education in 1996 stated that there is no single actor or agency that can claim sole responsibility or authority for determining the policies and priorities of the sector. At some point, I'm going to make an example of this whole issue of the vaccine mandates, which has polarized the sector unnecessarily. Because if we understand what the National Council of Higher Education, as early as 1996, observed, we wouldn't be where we are today, where unilaterally a decision is taken by the leadership of institutions without due regard of the voices of stakeholders within the sector. A matter which the President of the Republic has in public platforms made it very clear that we are seeking policy solutions. But in the process of doing so, we are encouraging vaccination, but we do so with an understanding of the constitutional rights of those who may differ with us. Therefore, institutions are expected to be arenas for scholarly debates, for scholarly contributions in this regard, instead of them being battlefields between security guards in the institutions and the leadership of students. This, we think that is not aligned to the caliber of the leadership that we have at our universities and the progressive leadership of our department. And today we can see the leadership of our portfolio committee. It can't be at this time that we have this quality of leadership, find that on such a simple matter, we think that it's convenient for us to just differ. And therefore digress all the attention on the issues that are really key and just focus on matters that are even globally we have not established any solutions, but this institution thinks that it has a solution, and that institution then says you will be locked in that you can't access facilities because you have made a particular choice. It is not aligned to the policy origins that underpins the direction that we are providing. Competing and complementary interests, the interdependence and common goals of those involved in higher education must be recognized. Power, shared accountability, and the responsibility require cooperative behavior from all participants in the sector. If we say all participants, we are not unclear about what it is that we are talking about. All participants means all our stakeholders. And that includes those that are marginalized in conversations that are key to driving the transformation agenda of the sector. Within the context of the national goals and priorities, our government will play a steering and coordinating role with the participation of higher education stakeholders. And this is what the Portfolio Committee is doing. And I think this is what the chair of the Portfolio Committee has said. And it's located within the policy itself. Therefore, cooperative governance, in our view, assumes a proactive, guiding, and a constructive role of government. So when we go to an institution and we say, look into your funding principles. Look into how you manage issues around access and success of our students. We are not interfering, but we are supporting the institution in exercising its role. But we are also empowered by the very same act to assert our own role and affirm the direction that not only our government, but that is supported by the people of South Africa who put that government in place. And it can't be that one particular individual somewhere located within the structures of our system decide on a particular day that no, we actually make this emphasis of the policy interpretation, and therefore that emphasis is should be the dominant interpretation. And therefore the implications of institutional autonomy is to be exercised in tandem with public accountability. Even if you forget anything that I've said today, please remember just this part, that institutional autonomy is to be exercised in tandem with public accountability. The ministry's oversight role does not involve responsibility for micromanagement of institution, as some may have suggested in many instances where we have intervened, when we recognize that without that intervention, we are going to have a disruption of the academic program, and I think it should be understood that that's the ministry will therefore continue to undertake its role in this regard in a transparent manner, and there are mechanisms in place that we've put in place over time to provide the context and structure that intervention, and they include legislative and regulatory changes that we have ensured take the sector forward, our planning directions, our funding models, and as well as our quality assurance area. We've got the CEO of the CHE here today, and you're welcome, sir. We look forward to engaging you in this regard, particularly in the area of quality assurance and how this works in tandem with all the interventions that we've put in place and the steering mechanisms that we've put in place to drive change and to drive transformation. Therefore, the overview of roles and responsibility in the governance of the sector could be looked at in a kind of a three-dimensional section. On one hand, the role of the ministry; on the other, the role of the CHE, and therefore also the important role of higher education institutions. Therefore, when we say these roles are exercised in tandem, that's what we mean, that the ministry sets the policy system and goals. It determines the allocation of funding. It oversees the performance of the institutions, and the performance of the institutions is not only the log table of which institution is number what of what. It is a collective set of mechanisms that also include quality assurance and ensures that institutions work with the department to resolve governance issues. This is really important. The Council of Higher Education has a role to advise the minister, accredit the programs in the institutions, and promote a system of quality assurance for higher education institutions, whereas institutions remain with a role to autonomously govern by councils. And this autonomy is in the context of the policy origins that we have referred to above, contributing to the national objectives, of which most of the time this becomes neglected, and the focus is on this narrow focal area, but the national objectives are in this regard not looked into. The steering of higher education and training system is informed by a number of mechanisms, and I'm not going to go through all of them. I think they are very clear. The white paper, our plans that we've put in place, including the National Plan for Higher Education, the National Plan for Post-School Education and Training, our policies, the set of policies, the Higher Education Act, and a set of regulations, for reporting by public higher education institutions. So there is nothing like we are unclear about what how do we perform our different roles in this regard. These steering mechanisms drive quality. They inform planning. They also inform our approach towards the allocation of resources to our institutions, and the funding framework in this regard becomes one of those, and how those funds are allocated to institutions is well regulated, and there is no room for disputes in this regard, except engagements that are constructive, that leads to enhancement of the the transformation agenda of the sector. As I conclude, I wish to also indicate that the Act, that is the Higher Education Act, does empower the minister, and we've got the Deputy Minister here with us, to determine policy on higher education, to ensure that matters including but not limited to transformation goals and oversight mechanisms for these goals, which include the articulation and recognition of prior learning frameworks across the entire system, the criteria for recognition as an institution, or university college or higher education college, the scope and range of operations of higher education institutions are what in policies determined by the minister, including the establishment of any institutional type and declaration and conversion of an institution or subdivision of that institution to be a public university or university college. The minister approves institutional statutes and make a standard institutional statute which applies to every public institution that has not made an institutional statute. The minister determines the policy on funding of public higher education and issue directives to the council of a public higher education institutions and appoint independent assessors to conduct an investigation in the affairs of an institution, including appointing an administrator to take over the functions of management of councils where we are failed by such structures within institutions. And when the minister does so, he's not interfering in the institution. And I think it's important to make this point because we also have stakeholders from the media who at times would need to be assisted in their interpretation of the functions of the department and the functions of our ministry, as we make sure that regulations on any matter which the minister is empowered and required to prescribe by regulation in terms of this act continues, and the maximum remuneration of council members and the planning and reporting framework for the institution is determined through this. The act empowers the minister to make or councils to make their own statutes and institutional rules to govern their affairs. But these statutes must also be based and embedded on the principles of the Higher Education Act, as well as the rest of the framework that drives the transformation of the sector. The Higher Education Act determines that councils have a role to award, withdraw, and revoke degrees of and other qualifications, determine their own academic and research functions, and embark on any construction of a permanent building or other immovable and instructional development, and so on and so forth. But it is very clear in the Act what is the role of council, in as much as I've emphasized the role of the minister. You can actually see that none of these roles, really, provide any scope for, the discord that, sometimes we have had to look into. Universities receive state funds in the form of block grants and earmark grants. In block grants, that comprise about 84% of the total state budget towards university. So we intend to making sure that we, operational costs are covered, including the operational maintenance of assets that are related to university teaching. In the earmarked grants, we seek to ensure that a range of inputs, such as project proposals from universities and annual progress reports, are covered in terms of this cost. So besides the role of the departments, in terms of its policy, functions, the role also of the department is to provide support to our universities, and we continue to do so. And unfortunately, each time we do this, people look at this as suspiciously. What kind of strategy is this department bringing now to further, interfere in the academic affairs of this? We say this with an understanding that the rest of academic world is still looking for finer solutions in this regard. Chairperson, allow me to conclude by indicating that there are challenges in institutional governance that have to be acknowledged. And I think that it would be amiss that the Director General of the department comes and pretends that there are no challenges. All we have is successes and so forth. And I think it's important that we upfront make this clear that there are key factors that are contributing to some of the challenges that we have. And the list that we are providing here is not a comprehensive list by any means. The inability of our councils to fulfill their fiduciary responsibility is a problem to us. And I think that when we do these investigations and reports, that takes a lot of resources. It is not that that really should be our focus. If our councils were performing their responsibilities accordingly, we wouldn't be doing that. Instead, that focus and those resources will be helping us to drive a transformation agenda. The role confusion and the contestation between the council and management that is manifested in council encroaching into operational matters, which is the preserve of management in institution, is also a problem. We know and we are aware of, you just have to look at the agenda of meetings to actually see where is the focus of this council. And you actually will arrive at a very simple conclusion that indeed the focus of this council is here and over there. And in those locations, this is not necessarily what is going to assist us. And I think in the light of the fact that there are other councils that are really doing us proud, I'm not going to dwell too much on the negative. But I think it's important that we allow the vice chancellors to run the institutions without interfering. And we can do this by just playing our role in the councils as defined in the Act. And by so doing, we will actually be enhancing, the role of management. And we will rid ourselves of corruption. There's so much to be said about just that last comment. The key factors contributing to the governance failures also are fraught relationships between councils and vice chancellors. and amongst, and by the way, Professor Zungu, Kwabeni, this is not just, this matter is not located only when it comes to universities. In TVET institutions, we have heard SACPO saying to us, the role of CGC, shouldn't be really be a contradictory role to our role. But at this point in time, vice principals and rectors of these institutions, if they differ with council on an SCM matter, you are sure going to be investigated and suspended. And in the process, governance collapses, and we derail, the focus on academic programs of the institutions, and we undermine the future of our young people that we should be privileged to be playing a role in this regard. I'm not going to take the entire section, but factionalism at council level is giving us problems. And this factionalism is not even political. It's factionalism that is based on specific interests that are, not what in the law and in the act defines the role of the council. And I think this is really crucial. I wish to conclude by saying some of our councils are doing a great job, and they continue to lead institutions that are, in the top 500 institutions in the world. And we continue to work hard with those institutions that are striving towards attainment of some of those objectives. And these are not the only indicators for the success of institutions, and we want to make that very clear. But those who have achieved those goals, we applaud them and we continue to support them. And we'll continue to work with our universities that have made us proud. Our university system is a giant in the continent of Africa that is admired by our counterparts in the continent and elsewhere in the developing world. And therefore, it can't be that on an occasion like this in our conversations, we just emphasize the negatives around it and forget to indicate that we really have outstanding leadership in this sector. And on another day, we would like to just talk about that only. But unfortunately, our topic today is focused on the areas that are still obstinate, and what will unite us. And as I conclude, Chair, in the last five minutes of my 30 minutes, I wish to indicate that South Africa aspires towards a transformed higher education system. And I think this, the minister, makes an emphasis, and I think I look forward to the contribution by our deputy minister, because he continues to say to us, this is one of the primary objectives, of our function, and therefore the high quality in terms of the core mandates of teaching, research, and engagement, is what we aspire to do. And so we are not there to interfere, but we are there, to ensure that there is demographic representative of all our stakeholders in our institutions. We are there to provide students and staff with good opportunities for access and success, as well as welcoming and caring for all of the, role players in the institutions. We are there to making sure that there is a diverse and differentiated and articulated system that is relevant and responsive to, and as well as local and anchored to the location of where the institutions are, regionally and even globally. Our aspirations within the transformation agenda of the sector is to ensure as well that research productive, and as well as that drives innovation, that we produce an educated, critical, employable, and effective citizens and leaders of our institutions. We can't sit and watch when graduates from our institutions are unemployed. And this is because the curriculum frameworks that are provided by institutions are devoid of the directive that, or the direction that we have provided, publishing, the list of scarce skills, projecting to the next 30, 40 years and saying, this is the Agenda 63, this is the National Development Plan, and this is where we wish to go. Therefore, we wish to produce an educated, critical, employable, and effective citizenry. And as I conclude, Chairperson, I thank you for the opportunity. And as I've indicated, we are not alone. We are a team from the department also coming here to learn and understand where our stakeholders come from on issues where we differ. But on issues where we agree, we should speed up implementation and ensure that we improve on the outcomes of our sector. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, DG, for those inputs on behalf of the department. I'd like to welcome Deputy Minister Puti Manamela, who is with us. He just stepped out. Hey, DG, DM black man padile namhlanje. I'd like to welcome our colleagues from NASFAS, the chair of the board, Chair Ernest Khoza. I almost wanted to say comrade, because the other day when he spoke in the committee, he spoke so robustly. You could tell that he definitely is in sync with the students he represents and ensuring that they have the requisite resources to ensure a successful academic tenure for them. So welcome to yourself, Chair Ernest Khoza, to the CEO, Mr. Andile Nonkoko. I know you also joined by a board member, Mr. Matiwane. We felt, honorable members, it was important that we extend the invite to NASFAS because, if you look at the Act, the Higher Education Act, it says that councils can determine admission policies, their own admission policies and entrance requirements. It later on also says that they can award, withdraw, revoke degrees and other qualifications. And I think for me, the question that I then had was, considering that council has those particular rights, how does that then have an impact on how NASFAS funds? I mean, if we take the Wits University case where the LLB degree at some point was a undergraduate degree, therefore NASFAS could fund it at a later stage, it became a postgraduate degree. Those are decisions that were taken by the institution as far as we understand, but it has an impact on how NASFAS can then fund, and that creates the type of conflict that we've then seen in the sector. So we felt as committee management that it was important that we also have NASFAS here, because we think that there is a relationship and interdependence in terms of how these various stakeholders operate. And those are some of the things that we as a committee would request that this colloquium assists us with as we identify the type of challenges the sector is currently faced with. So welcome to yourselves, colleagues from NASFAS. Thank you very much for being here. Welcome to Prof. Yusuf from the CHE as well. To the Vice Chancellors that are on the platform, we note as you come in and out of the engagements, the SRC presidents and SGs, the workers, we note you as you come in and out of the platform. You're all welcome. DM, I'd like to hand over to you. There we go. I'd like to hand over to you. DG has provided a good foundation for us there. Thanks, DG, for raising the concerns around vaccination. DG, you're quite yeah, we agree. So I'd like to hand over to yourself, DM.
Thank you, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education, Science and Innovation, and members of the Portfolio Committee. Let me also extend greetings to our Director General, Dr. Nkosinathi Sishi, together with the other officials from our department, and also the Chair of the Council on Higher Education, Professor Musia, and the Chair of University South Africa. I can't see her, but if she's joined us from elsewhere, Professor Mutwa, the leadership of the hosting institution, the Vice Chancellor, and everyone else from the from CPUT. Okay, I have a bad tendency of confusing the two, but also the leadership of the NSFAS, the CEO who's here, the leadership of the students, led by the President of the South African Union of Students, and also the different constituencies and stakeholders who've joined us as part of this very important colloquium. Oh, okay. Thank you. I hope, Chair, you will also find me agreeable, just as you found the DG agreeable in his input. And thank you for the invitation to the ministry. And I must say that, as the DG indicated, that the minister really wanted to be part of this colloquium. And so we're quite excited that we are part of this discussion, which has obviously been a discussion for quite some time. And I think I'll illustrate some of the points on how all this discussion is and why it is still important, and also why it will also outlive us. The whole question of, or the subject of institutional autonomy, which I believe can be better understood if it is examined, in relation to key other questions concerning the transformation of higher education in South Africa. And I think it's a good decision that the Portfolio Committee has decided to finally host this discussion. But also this decision is particularly important if you consider the fact that it is almost 30 years since the democratic state initiated the project of higher education transformation under the auspices of the National Commission on Higher Education, or NCHE as it was popularly known. And I think for us to start this discussion, we probably need to go back to the basics. The majority of our current public universities have their genesis in our racist and divided past. And typically under the colonial and apartheid rule, institutions of higher learning were expected to kowtow the agenda of the regime, irrespective of its inhumaneness and barbarism. And so this agenda was defined by the repugnant legislation, such as the Extension of University Education of 1959, which made it a criminal offense for a black person to register at a formally open university without the written consent or permission of the Minister of Internal Affairs. Now, if you thinking of micromanaging or micromanagement of institutions, think about a situation wherein Dr. Blayton Nzimande has to sign off each and every application of every black student who wants to go and study at an institution of higher learning. It also created the phenomenon of universities that were reserved for particular ethnic and racial group, and the designation of higher education institutions for specific ethnic and racial groups was not just in furtherance of racist education policies, but it was also carried out in the broader context of consolidating apartheid and European colonialism in South Africa. So part of the broader agenda of such legislation was also to ensure that Black people are channeled towards particular careers that will not enable them to acquire high-end skills in order for them to participate in the productive sectors of the national economy. And this had far-reaching and implications even to date. And some of the structural problems that we're confronted with as a society emanates from the intention that the apartheid system sought to achieve. And so this and other pieces of racist higher education legislation resulted in, amongst others, Black people and women being underrepresented in many critical sectors of the economy. And therefore, the notion of institutional autonomy and the debates around it, and I'll come back later on a bit on what that process of the National Commission on Higher Education defined both institutional autonomy and academic freedom as. So I'll come back to that a bit later on. But I think it's important that we understand the debates around it, which are as old, as I said, as the formation of modern states and universities as we know them. And so the notion of institutional autonomy can be traced back a few hundred years. With the evolution of modern states, there was an increasing need to clearly demarcate the roles of the state, the church, and also learning institutions. This demarcation was necessary because of the growing tensions between the state and universities and their influence over society. And this tension also helped shape the debates and related philosophies on institutional autonomy. In our context, the notion of institutional autonomy was central in the policy debates on higher education transformation that were regularly held between government and leaders of higher education institutions, students, activists, worker organizations, and other important stakeholders in higher education. To undo the colonial character of South Africa's higher education system that I referred to earlier on, from the 1990s onwards, the democratic state set up various policy advisory bodies, such as the National Commission on Higher Education. And the commission produced overarching framework for the transformation of South Africa's higher education landscape. And as part of its work, it identified what the deficiencies were in the system, which included at the time, and some are still there, well, here with us, some of these deficiencies, because it's part of a transformative process. Importantly, it identified a system that perpetuates an inequitable distribution of access and opportunity for students and staff along lines of race, gender, class, and geographical discrimination. Secondly, the existence of gross discrepancies in the participation rates of students from different population groups and indefensible imbalances in the ratio of Black and female staff compared to whites and males. Thirdly, the untenable disparities between historically Black and historically white institutions in terms of facilities and also capacities. And yes, we have made significant progress in this regard, but we still have those disparities within and amongst institutions. And I think the COVID-19 pandemic sharply exposed some of the inadequacies and some of the inequalities within institutions and amongst institutions, and the different capacities and capabilities in responding to to the pandemic. Also, the chronic mismatch between higher education's outputs and the need of a modernizing economy. In particular, the shortage of highly trained graduates in the fields such as science, engineering, technology, and commerce, largely as a result of discriminatory practices that have limited the access of Black and women students, and how the deliberate insulation of institutions from certain racial groups in participating in the higher education system basically inhibited the country's potential, and still does, because in as much as those who crafted legislation and policy 28 to 30 years ago had hoped that there will be accelerated transformation, some of the challenges still remain persistent. And although access, particularly as it relates to Black and women, has significantly increased, exponentially increased, we still, as I said, witness challenges in terms of the numbers as it relates to those fields such as science, engineering, technology, and to a certain extent, commerce. Higher education also had not succeeded in laying the foundations of a critical civil society with a culture of tolerance, public debate, and accommodation of differences and competing interests. And I think this is very, very crucial, because in pursuit of academic freedom and institutional autonomy, there lies the paradox wherein internally institutions themselves have to practice academic freedom and respect the independence and autonomy of agents within higher education institutions and their interest to drive what could at face value appear to be conflicting interests. And so I think the DG put it quite crudely, the authoritarian nature within which some of the institutions are being run, and the tendency to veer more towards summoning the gods of institutional autonomy when such practices and tendencies are being questioned. And so I think this paradox is quite crucial as to what extent do we have a situation wherein either councils or management of institutions are prepared to allow democracy to prevail in institutions of higher learning, and to what extent do we use institutional autonomy and academic freedom in instances where we believe that the authority of both structures are being challenged. Nor has it contributed significantly to a democratic ethos and a sense of citizenship perceived as commitment to a common good. Because the process of establishing national consensus on what are national priorities and the role of universities in helping us to achieve those national priorities are quite important, because not only universities themselves, an important component of us achieving national priorities, but also enablers of other sectors in society to help contribute towards achieving those national priorities. So universities cannot simply say that our responsibility is that of learning and teaching and knowledge production and research, and we've got absolutely no interest in whether there is racism outside of our campus, or there is high unemployment rate, there's poverty, inequality, and all of those major challenges which we've identified as part of our national priority. So I think this is quite crucial. While our higher education institution can claim academic achievement of international renown, I think we've got a lot of universities which are in the top 10 in the continent and some in the world. It is still characterized by teaching and research policies which favor academic insularity and closed system disciplinary programs. And whether if we put all of our universities to test based on what we believe are our own challenges, as opposed to parallel to what are internationally established assessments on the performance of universities, whether will universities stand the test of time as it relates to that. The inadequate consideration of and response to the needs of our society and insufficient attention to the problems and challenges of the broader African context. So those are some of the challenges that were identified then. And I think we've done quite a lot in addressing some of these, but we still have quite a road to travel as it relates to the overall transformation of our university sector. And based on this diagnosis, the Commission then crafted what I believe is a vision for a transformed higher education system, which should ideally have the following characteristics. Firstly, to ensure equity of access and the possibility of success to those irrespective of their race, color, gender, creed, age, or class, seeking to realize their potential through higher level education and learning. That it should meet through well-planned and coordinated teaching and learning programs as many as possible of the high-skilled vocational and employment needs presented by a growing economy which aspires to global competitiveness. It must support a democratic ethos and a culture of human rights by educational programs and practices conducive to critical discourse and experimental thinking, cultural tolerance, and a common commitment to a humane, non-racist, and non-sexist social order. It must contribute to the advancement of all forms of knowledge and scholarship. And this is very important, all forms of knowledge and scholarship. And I hope Chair of the Portfolio Committee, with what you had started at the time when you were still a student leader, or continued with at the time as a student leader on the decoloniality project, that we hope that maybe the next colloquia, or one of the few next discussions, will focus on that, on how universities should be embracing all forms of knowledge and scholarship, and in keeping with internationally observed standards of academic quality and with sensitivity to the diverse problems and demands of the local, national, Southern African, and African context. So in addition to adopting this vision, the democratic state also adopted a set of fundamental principles that are to guide the implementation of the project of higher education transformation. And would recall some of us that these principles were equity and redress, democratization, development, quality, effectiveness and efficiency, academic freedom, and institutional autonomy, public accountability. Yes, DG. In its thinking, the Commission understood that even though the principles of academic freedom and institutional autonomy are distinct, they were nevertheless related. And for this reason, the Commission understood academic freedom to mean the absence of outside interference, censure, or obstacles in the pursuit and practice of academic work. It is regarded as a precondition for critical, experimental, and creative thought, and therefore for the advancement of international inquiry and knowledge. When we're having the discussion with some comrades in the portfolio committee in the week, I try to caution against a nuance that says or that pushes for interference in running of the affairs of institutions of higher learning, because I'm certain everywhere in the world where there are wars, everybody is praying to their God, hoping that they intervene on their behalf. And probably if there is such an interference from the gods, there is no way that that interference would be neutral. And such is the notion of institutional autonomy, and that when you invite external interference, you're hoping that that external interference would be in your favor. And so my point here is that yes, it is important for the ministry, the department, to at all material times be conducting oversight in our institutions of higher learning. But I think it is also important to let the different stakeholders and actors on campus fight it out and reach a certain level of consensus on the direction within which the institution should take in pursuit of national priorities. And so I think this is very crucial, and that it is only at that point when we believe that we've fought it out and cannot therefore agree on what the agenda or mandate or role that the university should be playing, that we can then appeal for some form of external interference. And when that happens, I hope we are not expecting a neutral minister to come in and become an arbiter of whatever differences in engagement that are there. So again, and at the time, the Commission on Higher Education, the National Commission on Higher Education, also understood institutional autonomy to mean a degree of self-regulation and administrative independence with respect to fulfilling academic and educational tasks. And so if we understand it to be that, therefore the slogan that says universities are learning and teaching spaces, students must just go there and learn, and lecturers must teach, and managers must manage, becomes almost self-defeating, because the space, the university space, is shared by all of these sectors. And therefore, some level of consensus in terms of how learning, teaching, and management takes place has to, obviously be arrived in without each of these components encroaching on the role that one should play. It is also important that these definitions were not readily accepted by other stakeholders in the higher education sector. They continue to be subject of robust debates in many higher education summits, conferences, and colloquia that were held over the past 28 years. And I think to anticipate that the outcomes of this colloquium would almost be absolute, would be extremely ambitious, because whatever the outcomes, I think, should be the basis of assessment of how far we've gone to entrench the principles of institutional autonomy and academic freedom and all the other ethos which were identified by the National Council on Higher Education, which have been the driving force and principles of higher education in South Africa, and to be able to appreciate where we've made progress and be able to become critical where there still remains challenges, and develop some level of consensus in terms of a way forward on what is to be done. Because a lot more progress has been achieved over time. But in acknowledging that progress, I think it would be a bit ambitious for us to expect that this colloquium would almost be absolute in its outcome. But of course, it would be less ambitious of this colloquium if we would not come out of here with intentions as it relates to reviewing whatever policies and legislation that is there in place, and how it may have over time hindered those principles and ethos that have become the foundation of our university system and broadly the foundation of our post-school education and training system. So it's worth remembering that the work of the National Commission on Higher Education gave impetus to the implementation of a range of other significant policy and institutional interventions by government, which includes the White Paper 3 on Higher Education, the Higher Education Act, which is the principal piece of legislation in terms of the governance of higher education institution, the National Working Group on Higher Education of 2002, and also the Size and Shape document of 2005 up to 2017, which were results of fighting it out by actors within the system, without the state or legislative bodies becoming absolute in terms of what the future of higher education and of universities should be in the country. These documents, as you know, develop the framework for the measures and incorporation, which is the Size and Shape document for the measures and incorporation of higher education institutions and the creation of universities of technology. And these and other interventions by government made it possible for the appointment of Black people and women to serve on the management of higher education institutions and facilitated a significant increase of Black students in the higher education system. I think as is now, we have, just to single out women leadership, I think we have 3 of the biggest universities in the country being led by women. Could be more, but I think those that come to mind are 3, which is University of South Africa, University of Cape Town, and Nelson Mandela University. And University of Zululand, yes. And University of Zululand. Yes. Oh, they're actually more than 3, yeah. They're actually more than 3. Exactly, the most we've ever had. I mean, even 1 would have been the most we've ever had, but we've got 5. But we have 5. So I think it's yeah. You see? And so this vision also inspired the massive funding and infrastructure expansions in higher education, and one of the latest manifestations being the formation of 2 new universities, which is Mpumalanga and the Northern Cape. And when I engaged with the management at the university, at both universities, one of the things that I think stood out for me was the potential to create under a new dispensation, a new culture of what ideally a university that has been formed in a democratic space should become. Because whether we like it or not, those universities that existed before, and I remember this was one of the key arguments in the Size and Shape debates, that we're creating new universities and therefore, establishing new cultures and all of that. But the reality is that those are still contested, cultures and traditions. And therefore, these 2 universities present that opportunity of what a university created or formed under a new democratic dispensation would look like. I'm only still speaking, Chair, because you gave me more time. It is, however, also important to the state that the implementation of government's higher education transformation program over the past 28 years also experienced a number of challenges. And these challenges include, among others, corruption and poor governance within institutions of higher learning, internal resistance to transformation, the persistence of racist practices, incidents of gender-based violence, and instability arising from students or worker protests. In the context of the vision that we adopted for our higher education system over the past 20 years and its attendant principles, it is important that a gathering such as this one also dedicates some time to reflecting on the critical questions that relate to the transformation of higher education in South Africa. And some of those, I think, includes the extent within which we've increased access to higher education for students from historically disadvantaged backgrounds. How far have we done in transforming the governance structures of higher education institutions to increase the meaningful presence of Black people and women in governance structures? Have we been able to elevate the status of African languages within higher education institutions? When the minister announced the language policy, there was fierce resistance, not only within some of the university communities, but also from outside, particularly from Afrikaans-speaking quarters. And of course, this was not necessarily a representation of those who speak the African language, but I think it's important to note that kind of reaction, wherein both institutional autonomy and academic freedom can be used as the basis of resisting transformation, which is for the better as it relates to the overall sector. And perhaps most importantly, part of the things that this type of a conference might have to look at is whether our higher education institutions producing the right skills for the purpose of fighting poverty, unemployment, inequality, and driving scientific innovation. And in the use, as I said earlier on, that academic freedom and institutional autonomy are not necessarily neutral concept. To what extent do universities and universities of technology embrace all forms of knowledge? And in this regard, one of the heated debates within our sector is that of indigenous knowledge systems and how the structures and the methods of knowledge production, research, whether do they embrace and further and appreciate the fact that indigenous knowledge is as important as any other form of knowledge, and that if we look at societies, particularly Eastern societies, and in particular, I mean, in this case, China, and how the success of their universities or the foundation of success of their universities on the basis of the embracing of indigenous knowledge system. And in fact, any other form of knowledge becomes just a section of the universities in that part of the world. But in this case, in our case, I promise you'll battle to find a section that deals with African studies or African literature in some of our universities. And if there is, it probably is some desk on the corner. And I think that the question of academic freedom and institutional autonomy as it relates to embracing all form of knowledge and recognizing its significance is quite crucial. So as stated, as I introduced in my introductory remarks, the issue of institutional autonomy and whether or not it has enabled the program of higher education transformation can be better understood if we examine it in relation to other key questions of higher education transformation. So I've got all the confidence, Chair, that we are capable of answering some of these questions. And more importantly, I hope that from here, we will be able to come up with useful recommendations on how to accelerate the project of higher education transformation in our country, empower all actors in the university sector to remain agents for change, and that we shouldn't allow institutional autonomy to rob them of that potential. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, DM, for those really thought-provoking views and articulations, also challenging us. And I think colleagues would, from what DM said when he said, conversations that we as a generation of student leaders inherited from those that came before us around decoloniality, and having a curricula and an academic space that truly represents its geographic location and perhaps also the needs and interests of its people. He then says maybe we must have a colloquium on that, and this is exactly what we said before you arrived, to say that is what these colloquiums are. They are spaces where matters that various stakeholders in the sector who may feel that there are issues we need to discuss at length may charge the committee to present a space through these colloquiums. So thank you very much, DM, for your contributions. I think also a question as colleagues from USAF begin to prepare themselves. I think we will be receiving that presentation from the virtual platform. Prof. Bauer will be making that particular presentation, and he did send an apology long ago, and we hope you are recovering well, Prof. Bauer. As you come onto the platform, I think for us also, when we often speak about interference, we tend to, as a sector, speak at large about government and politicians and the committee. But like, how often do we speak about the influence that private sector and their market goals have on institutions in relation to how they may fund institutions through other streams of income that institutions may have, like these third stream incomes? And where's that conversation, in terms of the interference of private sector, also considering the contradictions in how the social compact between private sector and public sector in our country in particular is not where we actually think, where we would want it to be as a country. So I think those are some of the questions we'd also want, appreciate perhaps yourselves to assist us with, Prof. Bauer, as you come onto the platform. DM, thank you so much for really thought-provoking. And siyabonga kakhulu. So having said that, also acknowledging the presence of yourself, President SG of SALS, we had acknowledged you in your absentia. I'd like to believe that the President is still on the platform. And then I'm of the view that, or I'm told that the leadership of the CPT SRC is here. Leadership, you're also welcome. Very disrespectful for us to come and engage in your institution without acknowledging your presence. We truly apologize for that, but thank you so much for being here. Prof. Bauer, I'd like to then hand over to you. It's now, colleagues, I do note that we are behind time or schedule. It's now 11:13. Prof, I believe you'll be able to succinctly perhaps represent your views in less than 30 minutes. You were initially given 30, but if you can try do it in 20, we'd truly appreciate that. And we'd also like to implore on colleagues on the virtual platform to please be patient with this process. We have scheduled the program in such a manner that we have all the presentations and then we engage all of them holistically, right? So that we don't repeat ourselves later if we take discussions after each presentation. So please be patient with us. Please, please be back here for the discussions that we will then have at a later stage. Over to you, Prof. Bao.
Thank you so much, Chair, and it's a pleasure to be a part of this meeting. I want to just really thank the Portfolio Committee for, first of all, for inviting us, of course, but also for establishing, this kind of symposium, which I think really is very timely, but also very important, I think. Institutional autonomy is a socially constructed entity, And what that means in essence is that we have to interrogate, what it means and so on a regular basis. And as has been pointed out both by the DG and the DM earlier, that the roots of institutional autonomy in our era, at least, really began with the National Commission on Higher Education, and its time seems to me for us to look at it in detail again. But so I'd like to just thank you very much for inviting us to this. Chair, I'll try and speed through the presentation. I hope you can see that, see the presentation at least. I need to get it into a slideshow mode. Okay, so let me begin just by, I'm going to skip this one. Let me just begin by saying that, we are going through a whole process of a kind of visioning, revisioning, and so on of the higher education sector. In particular, we held this very substantial conference at the end of last year, which was titled University, the Engaged University, which was really sort of very pertinent, if you like, to the kinds of discussions that have happened this morning. And I think that the starting point has to be that universities are social institutions, they are public institutions, and they serve multiple functions. And I think the important thing about that is to understand that they are not, ivory towers, they're not islands, they are deeply connected with the realities within which they find themselves. And what that means in essence is that there's a need for us to go back and really, from time to time at least, to go back and really interrogate how they kind of relate to society and how they relate to the challenges, grand challenges facing our society, but also to the grand challenges facing humanity. So, what are they? They are knowledge-intensive institutions. They create knowledge, they apply knowledge, they disseminate knowledge, but they are very special in the sense that they have students. They're not like other knowledge-intensive institutions like the CSIR, for example, or the SKA. Universities have students, and of course that's their core function. And I'll come back to that in a short while. They are meant, as the DM has pointed out, they are meant to deepen and strengthen social cohesion, nation building, democracy, and so on. And of course, that's all tied to the building of engaged citizens. And that's something that I think, we have to also go back to from time to time and understand how well we are doing. They contribute to social mobility, of course. I mean, I was so pleased this year to hear that 70% of the applications for NSFAS grants came from families which were SASA grantees. That's an indication, really, of just how powerful post-school education is in generating social mobility. And so that's an important aspect. And then, of course, they produce professionals, intellectuals, experts, and they contribute to building a globally competitive economy. So I'm not going to go through this in great detail because I know we are short for time, but universities are, of course, meant to produce engaged citizens, to deepen democracy. They have to build a more equal society based on a more equal economy, or more, what would one call it, a more invested economy in the broad population. They contribute to nation building, of course, and so on. So I won't go through those in any detail, but I also wanted to say that at the individual level, universities have to also inculcate in our young people the ability to engage in critical thinking, in building skepticism, especially now in this period of social media, social explosion of social media. To engage in systemic thinking, that's very important and something that we don't spend enough time on. Problem solving, of course, and so on. So just to say that that the role of universities, of course, is at the one hand is really about the big kind of global enterprise, the idea of deepening democracy, building a better, stronger economy, and so on. But also because our functions are so tightly interwoven with the development of young people, then what we do see is the need for us to really focus in on how the curricula speak to issues around critical thinking, problem solving, and so on. Now, and as I mentioned a little earlier on, universities are not sort of, what would one call them, sort of ships on the sea. They are located within context. They are based in a certain place, and there are people around them. There's a whole province around them, and the country around them, and so on. So, and of course, as the DM pointed out so succinctly, that actually our universities are captured in historical, political, and cultural narratives. They're not like, you can't kind of say that post 1994 our universities went from one kind of institution to another kind of institution. We can't say that. They are captured in those narratives, and there's a need for us then to continuously work on trying to understand what the implications are of those narratives. They exist in particular physical and cultural contexts, and that means that they have to be both local and global, because so many of our grand challenges are simultaneously local and global. And of course, what that means in essence is that they have to be located within those contexts and be sort of anchor institutions in those contexts, if you like. They function in a national regulatory framework which steers the way in which they can operate. And I'll come back to this because it's so important, especially in the context of the discussion on institutional autonomy. And what I want to just emphasize here is that in addition to the Higher Education Act and all the kind of policy paraphernalia of the Department of Science and Innovation, what we also have is a range of other acts that impact on universities. And of course, I think we have to also understand that they are embedded in macroeconomic models. So, when the deputy minister says, they are producing graduates that are not part of that don't kind of fit into the macroeconomic model. I mean, I think that there's a two-way discussion there. The question is, what is happening in the macroeconomic model, and what are its implications on the universities, and so on. So I think that there's a really valuable debate to be had about the universities and the economy. I think that would be a very powerful discussion to have. And of course, I think we also have to remind ourselves that universities are at the center of a cauldron of national imaginations. We went from the RDP to the white paper on RDP to GEAR to GIPSA to ASGISA to the African Renaissance project. And through each one of those, and of course now we are in we've got yet another one, the economic reconstruction and redistribution plan. So we go from imagination to imagination. And of course, the universities have to respond to those. And so there's constantly a pressure on universities to fit in with what is required. And just to spend a few minutes on the universities and the economy, and I'd like to suggest to the Portfolio Committee that we think about a symposium on the universities and the economy. I think that would be fascinating. Universities are expected to contribute to the development of competitive economies. And they do this, of course, by impacting on the labor market with the development of high-level professionals and experts. They perform research and innovation, and through that, there's IP, intellectual property development. They establish long timeline platforms for R&D. In the private sector, a lot of the R&D is really short-term. Universities provide the basis for long-term R&D work to be done. And then, of course, there's development of the economic policy, and DM spoke about that. The Deputy Minister spoke about that. The need for universities to be engaged in economic policy, and I, when I have some time, and he has some time, I'll share with him what's going on in the sector around this area. And I think that we have to just remind ourselves that we are also facing a crisis to some extent now, and what I mean by that is that there's a gradual withdrawal of spending on R&D in the private sector compared to the public sector, and that's a deep worry, because what it means is that the demand for R&D from the higher education sector is in decline. And if there's a need for discussion about that, I'll be happy to do that later. Just to give a little snapshot of the funding scenario, what one sees, between 2010 and 2020 is a slight growth in the fraction of the total spend on higher education from the subsidy, and then there's the tuition fees, and then there's the rest, which is a sort of third stream income, if you like. And basically what we are seeing is a very similar pattern as in the past, except for the fact that we see a slight rise in the contribution of the subsidy to the total spending on R&D. And I'll explain that a little bit more in a minute. Yeah, as I mentioned, universities have three streams of income. There are state subsidies, tuition fees, and third stream income. And what one sees there is that that there's a lot of differentiation within our higher education sector. The government block grants, through the university system varies from about 15% of the total institutional budget to about 70% of the total institutional budget. So there's a very broad spread in terms of the extent to which government block grants make up the total budget of our universities. And then just to say that tuition fee income is about 33.4% of the total income, and universities are required to ring fence the student accommodation budgets to ensure, I'm sorry, that sentence is not complete there, to ensure that actually there isn't a kind of a seepage, if you like, into student accommodation from the core budgets of universities, which are for teaching and learning. And what we saw from that previous graph is that third stream income is about 24.7%. That hopefully that could be much more. And of course, as universities become more research intensive, that figure will change. And of course, what this tells us is that there's a need for formal accountability for the use of public and private funds. I'm going to skip this one, but this is really a breakdown in terms of universities. I'm going to skip that one. We can talk about it later if there's time. And just to now leapfrog, if you like, into the purpose of the conversation, which is that universities are public institutions, and the statutes upon which universities are created are foundational. And each university is defined by its statute. And the statute, of course, is ultimately approved by Parliament. The statute defines the primary structures and processes of the university to facilitate good governance and administration. And of course, there's a whole lot of toing and froing between universities and the Department of Higher Education training and so on before the statute makes its way to Parliament. All institutional rules and policies are subject to the statute. And of course, importantly, the statute is subject to the Constitution and cannot be inconsistent with the Higher Education Act of 1997. So that's a requirement, that the statute is aligned with the Constitution. The Higher Education Act of 1997, gives us the basis on which to develop the statute, and I'm going to come back to that a little later on because of the fact that we are now sort of 24, 25 years ahead of the point where that Higher Education Act was created. And I think that what the statute, the primary function of the statute is really to provide for the creation and the allocation of responsibilities to the statutory structures of the university. So that's the council, the senate, and institutional forums, and so on. So, just to repeat myself now, cooperative governance is required to provide for broad social and public accountability. It provides for optimal functioning of universities. It holds the universities accountable for the use of state subsidies and grants and other public funds. And then, of course, it ensures that we can harness and leverage the capacities and strengths of various stakeholders through, for example, the collaboration for the benefit of the institution and the state. So in other words, it's really about saying what cooperative governance does is provide the basis for us for universities to ensure that they account properly, that they can galvanize resources properly, and that there are proper governance structures in place. So the cooperative governance in South Africa includes the idea of institutional autonomy. And as I mentioned earlier on, institutional autonomy is socially constructed. It's not it's not something that's written in stone. So this kind of discussion today is critically important, it seems to me, as a way of really encouraging us to think about institutional autonomy. Secondly, it ensures that their accountability channels are built in and monitored through various monitoring and reporting processes. I'll come to that in a second. That it opens the way for state steering of higher education, and I'll come to that in a minute. And then that there's cooperative governance provides for multiple accountability routes. And of course, what that means is that that we have the councils, we have the senates, we have a range of other committees at the universities, and perhaps most importantly, we have, of course, the structures like the institutional forum and so on, which we don't use that much, very much at the moment. Okay, so we know that the councils have to have at least 60% of the members of the councils must be neither employees of the university nor students of the university. So the majority of members have to be external members. And a maximum of 5 of the external members are appointed by the minister. And of course, we have staff and student representation. So that's required in terms of the Higher Education Act. The Senate has got council representation, so the chair of council usually, and 1 or 2 other members of Senate council are members of Senate. It has academic representation, and the majority have to be academic because it is the structure that makes decisions on academic things, on academic matters. And then, of course, there's the non-academic staff representation, and there's SRC representation. And I mentioned the institutional forum earlier, and this is the one terrain, I think, where we need to sit back and really ask ourselves how to galvanize much more effectiveness, if you like, from the institutional forums at our universities. So what I wanted to just mention here is that the universities are really a part of an ecosystem, right? So on the one hand, in terms of planning, universities report twice a year to the DHET via the annual performance plans. There's the annual report, of course, which is deposited with DHET. There's enrollment planning. Every 5 years, there's a negotiation between the department and the universities relating to what the enrollment plan should be. And of course, that's tied to labor market concerns, issues around the subsidy, levels of subsidy, the amount of money that's available, and thirdly, on the capacity of universities. So it's a very rigorous process and something that really steers the institutions in one way or the other. And so, for example, if CPUT decides that it wants to double the number of students studying mechanical engineering, there would have to be quite a substantial negotiation which takes those three matters into account. And then, of course, there are a range of other steering mechanisms that I'll come to in a second. Of course, on the issue of funding, there are independent audits, and these audits are approved and supervised by the Auditor General of South Africa. That was a change that came into being about, I can't remember now, about 5 or 6 years ago, that the Auditor General now takes responsibility for the audits, and the Auditor General generally sits, not he or she personally, but the Auditor General's office sits in the audit committee meetings of most universities. And then, of course, there are reports on government agency funding, such as the NRF, the Water Research Commission, the CETAs, and so on. And then there are constantly reports to funders on non-governmental grants. In terms of quality, it's the CHE, which is the key body, the Council on Higher Education. But I also have to mention that the CHE does 2 things, well, 3 things. It deals with qualifications, with qualification accreditation. it deals with audits of the universities, and then thirdly, it advises the minister. So those three things really impact quite heavily on the universities. And of course, as Dr. Sishi indicated, the minister may intervene at a university on the advice of the CHE and other constitutional bodies such as Chapter 9 institutions and so on. And I think that what I should mention here is that there's, in addition to, when we think about institutional autonomy, we have to think about it in the context of all these checks and balances, if you like. So again, just to emphasize this, what I wanted to mention was that in terms of steering, for example, I'll just use one example. There were deep concerns around about 2010 that the research output of universities were not growing. So what the Department of Higher Education and Training did in consultation with the universities was created what is called the research output grant, which is a part of the block grant, as an experiment really to see whether that would generate higher levels of research within our institutions. And it was a resounding success. So I think what I'm trying to say is that there's a lot of steering going on, not just from the Department of Higher Education and Training, but also from the Department of Science and Innovation, from the NRF, and from the Medical Research Council and so on, steering which shapes the research and teaching and learning agendas at the universities. And of course, that's very important because what it means is that as public institutions, the state should be able to steer the system in one way or the other. And that is well recognized and something that happens around the world. I just to, getting very much to the end now, Chair, just to say that there are a number of pressures, challenges on the equilibrium of our universities. First of all, our universities reside in a large ecosystem. First of all, it's a part of the post-school education training system. It's a part of the national system of innovation. NSFAS has a huge role to play in the smooth functioning of our universities, and so on. So I think that the idea has to be that we begin to think much more systemically about the way in which all the different elements that contribute to higher education, how they contribute and how we can improve the effectiveness of the collaboration between them. Of course, in here, I have to add the Council on Higher Education. I also have to add the National Advisory Council on Innovation and so on. So there's a range of structures which universities are a part of. And it's that whole large ecosystem that needs to work optimally, if you like. And then, of course, there are a range of demands that are coming at us. We are deeply concerned about the long-term sustainability of the higher education system. And Chair, I noted in your introductory remarks that this was something that you raised. And we are deeply concerned about this, and we've done a whole range of studies now which indicate deep concern about the long-term sustainability. There are serious compliance requirements, and that's good because it ensures that, with institutional autonomy, there's accountability. And then, of course, I've mentioned already the efficiency and effectiveness of the ecosystem. There's a significant amount of destabilization on campuses now. There might be different interpretations of that, but what we would like to achieve is a much higher level of cohesion and cohesion within our university structures. And I think that what the Deputy Minister had to say in terms of kind of ensuring that there's space for free and fair conversations and debates and so on, that becomes critically important there. And then, of course, there are leadership and staffing capacity constraints. And what I want to just mention there is that there are certain areas where we are simply not producing enough in terms of expertise, if you like. So this is my concluding slide, Chair, just to say that we should be strengthening the ecosystem. We have to get it to work better together. We have to build the governance leadership of our institutions. And it's not just the vice chancellors, but it's 3 or 4 or 5 levels down that we have to build leadership. And I'm not going to go through the rest of this because I've been through them already. But what I want to finish off with is just to say that, the one thing that I think we have to consider is whether there's a need for another national commission on higher education. In some ways, my interpretation of what happened in 2015 to 2017 in the in the student activism that you were involved in, Chair. What I think happened there is we saw kind of a breakdown of the social compact that came out of the National Commission on Education. And I think that there's a fair question to be asked as to whether we need another national commission to re-establish, if you like, a social compact. Chair, I'll stop there. And thank you very much for inviting me to this forum.
Thank you very much, Prof. Bauer, representing USAF. As you're presenting, I'm finding a lot of synergies between what I would have said, what DG would have said, what DM would have said. And again, going back to my opening remarks, what I then battle with is DM, and this is really the crux of where the challenge is why then, when it comes to implementation, do we see the contradictions that we see? And why do we have the conflict that we have between the myriad of stakeholders we have in the sector, given that the Act, and clearly from what we present, there is at some point common understanding. Of course, there are spaces where we might not necessarily agree on, or we may have to go deeper into in terms of our differentiated understandings, but by and large, at some point of a foundation, there is some type of alignment from what the presentations say and from what we've said, but our actions are really questionable collectively. So I'm really grateful, Prof. Bauer, for the presentation that you've made. Colleagues, it's now 11:41. I would like us to go for a body break and return at 12 on the dot. I'd like us to be seated. I will be seated, and I will start with whoever's in the room. And now the presentation that we'll receive at that time will be from the president of SAUS, Yandisa Nzoia, and of course the SGs here, Mr. Parks from COSATU, representing workers, and then of course Prof. Wahid from CHE, and we also note that Dr. Green from the CHE is also here. You're welcome. Thank you very much, colleagues. Let's adjourn for a body break. the previous presenters gave us this morning, the Deputy Minister, the DG, Prof. Bauer, there is some type of synergy. And I think for me, Dr. Lewin, what then becomes of great concern is then why are things not happening the way in which the Act, the policies, the regulations that we've conceptualized, the Constitution, why are things not happening as they should be, given that we all have quite a common understanding of what is meant to be happening. But in terms of how it happens, it's really of great concern. And that's really what, if we were to speak about just merely the part on cooperative governance, us as various stakeholders in the sector being able to do what the Act says we all should be doing, we have a great crisis as a sector. There is a great sense of mistrust, and it doesn't assist us. And so I want to implore on colleagues and all the stakeholders that are here that let us start to ponder on what could be the recommendations that could come out of this colloquium solely on how we work together as various stakeholders in the sector. To trust that when the committee holds you to account, they do so in good faith, to trust that to be able to listen to institutions, to be able to trust that, in fact, maybe when an institution of higher learning, a university says, Chair, we genuinely would like just an extra month or an extra week to fix Y and Z, they genuinely need that extra week to fix those matters, and they are not evading coming to account before the committee. So I want to implore on us, just from what we've received now, to start thinking about what could be something tangible, something actionable in the immediate, so that we can better work together immediately. And then also what could then be the medium to long-term interventions that we should be seeing. Should we perhaps have a social compact or a charter that indicates and stipulates the social compact, where the department will be responsible, for example, to ensure that the various stakeholders fulfill their differentiated roles? What could we do to address that particular challenge? I want to believe that the SG of South is here. SG, are you making the presentation as the president on the virtual platform? Okay, please come closer. In fact, perhaps could I request that the next three presenters come closer? Mr. Parks from COSATU, if you could join us on the presiding table, and Prof. Wahid from CHE, if you could also come closer. And then, Lukanya, you can move straight to the podium as you walk down. Morning, how are you? Good, you're happy.
Thanks, Chair of the Portfolio Committee, Comrade Nombendulo. Firstly, allow me to greet you as the Chair, together with your colleagues from the Portfolio Committee, the Deputy Minister, I see he's no longer around, Director General of the Higher Education and Training and Science and Technology, and the DDG is present. The CEO of CHE, I was told, is around. NSFAS Board Chair and the board members and the CEO of NSFAS. USAF officials, as led by Dr. Tandi, who is in the room. President of SASAP, Dr. Chalofu. President of the hosting institution, Comrade Nanga Kodana. And of course, the VC of the hosting institution, Professor Ntlapo. I greet you all, colleagues, this afternoon. Unfortunately, my presentation is going to be as disruptive as institutional autonomy. We are struggling to have a single coordinated higher education system because of the very same topic that was being about. At some point when we started this year, it was even difficult on whether to ascertain whether we were going to have a smooth registration because of the policies which were unguided, which were introduced, that government has not really spoken about, such as mandatory vaccination and all that. So those are the elements and the distraction that the institutional autonomy can cause into the sector. But without wasting time, I won't be long, Chair, because I think the Director General has... come again? Oh, okay. Oh,
You can.
you can, but I don't know where. Oh, leadership. Yeah, thank you very much. I think we must say that this discussion of institutional autonomy, Comrade Litsia, it was triggered by us. I remember when the then chair, Comrade Mapulan, was still the chair of the portfolio committee, said maybe we need to have a session of this nature to gather our ideas under one room and discuss this topic, because institutions are too autonomous to a point where you can't even question the salary of the VC. For instance, in January, a poor student that owes only 100,000 vis-a-vis the VC that can be paid 400K per month, that student is sent back home because that student does not afford to pay 50% or 30% of that debt. Institutional autonomy is more entrenched to a point that VCs can easily attack and undermine the ministry and get away with that. And then when they are attacked by us, then they revoke their they revoke their autonomous. They charge us, and they do everything that is within their powers, which is granted by the autonomy. I think this colloquium must find a way to deal with this institutional autonomy. As South, we are here to lobby for a semi-autonomy, Comrade Litsi. We will discuss it as we go. What is it? Academics, we believe that academics should focus on the academic enterprise. And the rest should be in control, either be it the portfolio committee, the head minister, or what. But we believe that the main core of the academics should be the academic enterprise, publication, research, quality assurance, and all that. The current status quo, the department provides, for instance, a range of fees to say you must increase fees within this range. And then we have creative universities who disregard that and say, because we can decide, it is with our power, because we are certain we can assess our financial sustainability and stability. So we are going to disregard that. Enrollment targets remains a concern to us as South, because as much as majority of the institutions adhere to targets that they have proposed to government, but the biggest issue that we have, Chair, is around the issue of demographics. You go to institutions such as UCT, Stellenbosch, in fact, even the HDIs, you look at scarce skills courses such as pharmacy, you look at scarce skills courses such as engineering and all that. You look at the demographics in those courses. It's worrisome. Institutions introducing vaccination policies, mandatory vaccination policies, haphazardly. No government policy that speaks to that. No act that has been endorsed by government. The very same institutional autonomy. That's how destructive that it can be. Executive officials, we saw in Unizulu and other universities, and I won't drop many institutions, but they are fixated with tender issues, not focusing on the quality of teaching and learning, the quality of the throughput that the university is supposed to be producing. The fight, if you go to these institutions and you go and investigate the reality and the real cause of the fight, has nothing to do in differing with maybe the research output, maybe what you are arguing in your research is actually anti-academic and what so on. But the main and the center of the fights is around the resources which are in these institutions. I don't know why is this the case. Maybe let's look at autonomy versus semi-autonomy. So when you are semi-autonomous, you are partially but not fully. So for instance, when we're saying semi-autonomy, we're saying, yes, the academic project must not be tampered with. Research, everything that is to do with academic, quality assurance, supervision, and all that. But when it comes to student welfare, fees, mental health and illness, student accommodation, those issues we strongly believe that should not be sitting with institutions for them to make decisions on those issues. Public institutions depend on funding from government for their sustainability. So why is it the case that government has no say or minimal say when it comes to what must happen into institution? Does institutional autonomy assist the national footprint of the government, particularly when it comes to NDP, Comrade Let's But to producing, does it speak to the vision of what government seeks to achieve in 2030? If not, or if yes, how do we then help our public institutions to perhaps contribute to the public discourse in which the government is taking our country towards? South is of the firm view that government should have a full control. I don't know what happened to this now, because the government should at least control about 70% of what is happening in the institutions. 30% we believe that should be academic enterprise, which what should keep all academics be interested. Fees, enrollments, student health awareness, and student welfare, and all this should be in control of government. But we thought we can't leave student victimization outside the topic of the institutional autonomy, because it is intertwined with institutional autonomy. We believe that, Chair, through you, institutions can't be the referees and the ball players at the same time when it comes to disciplining students. Remember, if Anel, you are appointed as the Director of Student Affairs or the Director of Disciplinary Committee, of course, you're reporting somewhere, and the entire, all that chain have to report to the head of the institution, which is the VC. So if the VC does not like me in the institution, we'll give you a directive that you must charge Dawit. In fact, I don't want Dawit in the next 3 months in this institution because it's giving me problems. It's happening, VC. It's worrisome. In some university in Durban, it was when we had, I think we remember, when we had that portfolio committee where the 2 Durban universities were on that platform. It was worrisome how the SRC was opening up in what is happening within their institution, how they are being victimized. And so we believe that we can't discuss this institutional autonomy and leave out the issue of the student victimization. Internal bodies are conflicted. Chairpersons of these bodies are appointed by the VCs, and they are forced to listen to the hand that gives them the food. External body will have to be. We believe that the external body must be established, which must listen to disputes of both parties, which must deal directly with them. So, because now the issue is that you get to be suspended without even hearing the case, what the case is. Then you're suspended. You can't even access campus. You are told you can't attend lectures pending the investigation. What is that? So we believe that this colloquium, Chair, must dig deep to that. So, without wasting time, as a way forward, we are proposing that there must be a restructuring of university bodies. Council, IF, Senate even if it is dealing with academic matters. When we're saying Senate, it means postgraduate students can be considered. We're saying 50-50 because university students are the primary stakeholders within the institutions. So why is it that we must be 2 in council when we disagree with the direction of the meeting, and then the entire council is then forced to go to voting, knowing very well that we're 2, and then we can't make any impact in that decision. So we're opening this colloquium to say, let's look into the restructuring of the bodies of the institution so that we can ensure that we bring about what is called activism within these institutions. Government must take a center stage when it comes to direction in which these institutions are taking. Academics must be reminded that their responsibility is to focus on academic enterprise and its quality. DHEAD University branch to be given powers to handle the issue of student disciplinary matters. Comrade Tand, Saxigela capacity, at least Lendo EDC, it must be there in the university branch. We believe that the universities are not handling it well. So that responsibility of hearing these issues must be sitting in that department. to involve national student leadership. As South, we would like to be involved because, comrade, let's say we only get involved when the leadership has been suspended. Now we must write to VC. Hey, Professor Tlapo, hey, Nanga, you have suspended Nanga. Can we initiate a discussion? What happened? You only negotiate when the student is outside. Nanga is frustrated, he can't even access res. So we're saying at least if there are issues, as a point of departure, as a national student leadership that is responsible for all SRCs in the country, we would like to be consulted when such matters arises. Because it does not sit well with us now when we have to negotiate while something has already happened. Without wasting any further time, thank you very much. My presentation was very short because Comrade DG presented half of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, SG Daweti. Anele was saying, Chair, the SG must remember we're in a meeting of the committee. But you see, he then called DDG Tandi Comrade. And I'm not sure if we know of the political affiliation of DDG Tandi. I don't know it myself. So I then said he's very close to calling Honorable King Comrade King. Because I think what he's trying to say, Mr. Parks, as you go closer, is that the gravity of the work that we're trying to achieve here needs us to be activists. It needs, yes, there are particular parties that have called, where the constituents of those parties refer to each other as comrades, others say fighters. I don't know what they say in the other one of blue. But ultimately, what we may also appreciate to be of when the term comrade is used is when we are calling upon those who are like-minded, who want to achieve a common purpose, come together, and we then respectfully identify one another as comrades in the space. And that's what you're asking us to do, SG Daweti, for us to be comrades. And you remind us about the fact that, when we speak about institutional autonomy, it's so often that the way the discussion is posed is as if institutions of higher learning are these pure spaces where they're not, where there is legitimate purpose for institutions, for parliament or government to intervene, because there is a crisis of people not utilizing state resources adequately, of student victimization. It's crazy, Honorable Itzie, that a vice chancellor, who we also need to at some point, and Yusuf must assist us with this, the relationship between councils, councils and chairs of councils and vice chancellors and their management, who's actually in charge of the institution? Because when you look at the act, it gives councils clear mandate, but I have a fear that management is running these institutions, presenting something to council, and council just solely ratifies without critically engaging what management is presenting to council. So we've seen these really scary things happening in our institutions, and it can't be, and perhaps this is where Deputy Minister Manamela's view comes in, to say we must be able to exhaust the internal processes of institutions before they come to the department, before they come to the committee. I mean, at times, there are many stakeholders here who say, Chair, this matter came to your office before it even came to us, right? But what we must appreciate for people to, at times, not utilize the internal systems and processes could be an indication of a failure or non-existence of those internal processes. And that's where our role as the department and as the committee becomes essential, to ensure that those internal systems are in place to allow for that, to protect the space from what we want to refer to as interference. So thank you very much, SG Daweti. We'd now like to hand over to Mr. Parks from COSATU representing workers. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, colleagues, and thanks, Honourable Chair. Thanks for giving space to COSATU just to raise our views. Chair, I think we can't know anybody's ideological or political preferences. Votes are secret, but I do recall a younger DDG Tandi at UCT many years ago, and I can confirm she was one of those diehard activists. So it was nice to see after many years that she's still playing that role. But Chair, look, I think people might ask, why is COSATU coming here to make our little 2 cents of thoughts? I think we've got several caps. One is that you would know that Nahau, one of our affiliates, it represents many workers across universities, technicons. Even Satau represents many of the workers who are outsourced, cleaning staff, security staff, etc. SATU represents teaching college staff. But Chair, also that workers are parents of students who are struggling to afford tuition, or wherever they might find themselves in the workplace. We know that workers are taxpayers and their funds fund universities. It's not private money. But of course, Chair, workers, affiliates, they represent workers across the economy. And we are an economy which is in its deepest recession in a century, with an unemployment rate of 46%, an all-time high. And we really need to see an economy which is growing, which is modernized, which creates jobs and which promotes decent wages. So universities obviously have a critical role in that regard. Chair, look, we know the issue of institutional autonomy is always a sensitive issue on whatever viewpoint you might have. It is an important concept, but we must find the right balance. Universities are not public service departments. They're not the Department of Home Affairs. We appreciate in universities the principle of academic freedom, which was a product of many, many decades of struggles going back, to the dark days of apartheid. I think we will recall when the former President de Klerk was buried last year, the memories of his role as a former Minister of Education in the 80s was raised, and how he interfered at UCT and other institutions for political reasons, and previous ministers in the apartheid era. But Chair, also to state the obvious, we need to avoid what we've seen as the massive mismanagement of the state, as we saw during state capture, which are still feeding across state entities, SOEs, etc., from cascading to universities. But having said that, Chair, universities are publicly funded institutions, and they must advance the nationally agreed transformation objectives at the same time. So they're not exclusive, they're complementary roles. You just have to find at all times the right balance and to adjust as necessary. Chair, I think the Constitution is clear. It provides for academic freedom, for the separation of powers across the state in different spheres, entities, etc. Chair, we think the Higher Education Act, including the 2016 amendment, provides for institutional autonomy, but I think, Chair, it also provides for an obligation upon DHET to ensure universities abide by the law. And they can be held accountable for failures, including legal violations. But Chair, also it requires DHET to intervene in such instances and provides very clear processes which we think are fair and rational and checks and balances in such institutions. And we've seen, Chair, in the past 5 years, 10 years, some institutions really behaving like a law unto themselves. So we thought the Amendment Act was a necessary way to equip the state to intervene when needed. Chair, of course, I don't think we need to state the obvious, but at times we do forget that we need to still overcome the legacy of apartheid. And they remain relevant to varying degrees across our universities, but I think even more critically across society at large. Chair, the World Bank, I think, issued a report about a week ago, just reminding us that we are still the most unequal country in the world. That is a ticking time bomb, as we saw in the violence last year in KZN and Gauteng. And Chair, of course, universities got to have a key role to address these objectives. Yes, the legacy of apartheid are glaring in many higher education institutions, but they're even worse in basic education. And of course, I think as a comrade from South had mentioned, there's a need for universities to reflect our diversity at all times. Chair, I think on the issue of curriculum, we are really failing as a country on that regard. Our curriculum at all levels doesn't meet the needs of the economy of today, worse of the economy of tomorrow as the fourth industrial revolution gathers pace. This is partly why we have such a high unemployment rate and why it's going to continue to grow. Chair, you would look at many fourth industrial revolution reports and it will show you how many jobs are at risk, especially for young people. And we know young people, the unemployment rate is 75%. For people in rural areas, people with disabilities, people who are low skilled. And we're going to see as the fourth industrial revolution gathers pace, entire professions in the blue collar, white collar professions will be lost. Again, universities have a critical role of trying to help us to manage this transition in a more inclusive way. And Chair, you know, at times it's amazing to see the amount of skills that the economy has a shortage of, and often these are ones that could easily have been provided by our universities. We don't need to constantly import nurses or teachers when we have that capacity here. Chair, we do think there's a need for us to shift from humanities-centric approach to one which is really biased towards sciences, towards engineering. This can help grow the economy, help us to be competitive internationally. Chair, if you look at the presidents of China, they all have PhDs in chemistry or hydraulic engineering, etc. They don't come with social science degrees. Having said that, Chair, I do have social science degrees, so they're not bad, but we need more scientists and engineers, etc. Chair, I think on the issue of fees and administrations, look, to be honest, our fees are unaffordable for the majority of society, for 90%. And this is really helping entrenching the legacy of apartheid. I think we must appreciate the intervention by government around NSFAS, the additional resources even this year. But to be honest, it is, as we all know, it is chaotic at best. Students struggle to access it, students are excluded for wrong reasons, etc. I think, Chair, the point is we need for fees to be affordable for working class or middle class families. And we need to increase, not be slashing the subsidies given by the state. Chair, sometimes our admissions criteria don't make sense, to be honest. They are contradictory within universities and amongst universities. Some of the exclusions are just madness. There's one university which will require you to have gotten this mark in your first additional language, but you're not going to study that language. You're going to study biblical studies, whatever. But there's real consequences for admissions criteria which unfairly excludes young people. Chair, I think there's a good bill which is coming to Parliament soon, a Central Application Service Bill. We hope it's going to help provide a single online platform for application to universities. This will help give more opportunities for young people, help universities fill vacant spots, and have better linkage to financial aid, etc. Chair, look, again, just stating the obvious, universities are funded by taxpayers' money, you know, about 60% roughly. The rest is largely funded by parents. So there is a need for accountability in how our funds are spent. The PFMA is very clear, and the AG is going to become more and more strict, as she must be, about holding government to account for how every single rand and cent is spent. So that includes universities. And look, Chair, I think by and large our universities are well run, largely, but there are real challenges of corruption and wasteful expenditure in some of them, as we've seen it from time to time. But again, Chair, if we help to pool resources together, we can spend our money more efficiently, allocate resources better, as we've seen government has tried to do over the years. Chair, I mean, I don't think we must underestimate the legacy of state capture or corruption. It really has decimated the entire state. I think it'll take us a decade to rebuild the state, to get back to where we were 10 years ago. Unfortunately, it is a lost decade to us, but no institution has been untouched. So we mustn't think it's only a question of some ministers, some CEOs. It's across the country. It has had huge consequence to us as a country. It really has bled the fiscus of money which could have been better used to invest in industrial financing, basic education, toilets for kids at schools, etc. And of course, Chair, we've seen at universities, it's mean that universities have had less subsidies, they've had to then increase fees, which has helped squeeze workers who are now facing no wage increases, etc. Chair, we've also seen, I don't want to mention any particular universities, but they've been in the media over the past decade. I don't want to be sued for defamation. But some university administrations have hidden behind institutional autonomy to hide corruption or wasteful expenditure. I think we've seen some bizarre things where a council chairperson doesn't have a degree. It doesn't make sense. Or a council chairperson can become the vice chancellor. Strange things. I think, Chair, the Higher Education Amendment Act really has tried to find the right balance to this. And apologies if I'm a little bit blunt at times, Chair. But I'm not mentioning individuals. I've already been once held before court. So, Chair, just as Labour, we must raise the Employment Equity Act. It's a progressive act. It's common sense given our legacies of apartheid. And I think it's a fair balance, Chair. So it compels every sector, every workplace, including universities, to have plans to ensure we reflect the country's demographics, so we have a roadmap in that regard. It doesn't expect miracles overnight, but let's have progress. Let's have a decent roadmap. We think some have done well, as comrades were mentioning this morning, colleagues were mentioning about we've now got 6 vice chancellors who are women. There's progress, not enough progress. We need to get to 12 or etc. But it's progress. But Chair, I think we must also be honest, some professions are far behind. I think especially sciences, engineering, accounting, health, and other faculties. So we mustn't be excited when we see social sciences moving and sciences are behind, or medicine is behind. Chair, look, Employment Equity Act is not a draconian legislation. It provides for workplace autonomy, but we need to see progress. There's an Employment Equity Amendment Bill, Chair, which is now before the NCOP. The National Assembly passed it late last year. So it's going to provide for a balanced approach. Workplaces can choose. Do they want to meet the national demographics? Some workplace that's relevant, like a department, etc. It also allows workplaces to choose if they want to meet provincial or regional demographics. So we'll know our regional diversity is significant. The Western Cape is about 50% colored, same thing with the Northern Cape. Limpopo is about 97% African. So our diversity, we need to find the right balance at all times. But the Act gives institutions the option to choose national or regional demographics. But Chair, I think also for universities to bear in mind, the bill will empower the Minister of Labour to set sectoral targets if workplaces don't make progress. So I think it's also a useful tool to help government just nudge along those institutions which are falling behind a little bit. And I think we would know which ones are those. Chair, just on the conditions of service, look, our labour laws are flexible, they're inclusive, they allow for a diversity of conditions of service as needs be. We know at times that maybe Univen must offer a bit more of a salary to attract quality lecturers, etc., as compared to universities in the cities. But we need to find the right balance. We need to see if we can move towards a greater synergy as a sector to complement each other. Ideally, Chair, we should be moving towards a common collective bargaining process as well, because I think this can help historically disadvantaged institutions which struggle to compete with the well-off institutions when attracting staff and retaining staff. Chair, we'd also want to see that we would move that towards that direction to end a national source of shame where we outsource a lot of work, especially workers, cleaning workers, security guards, low-paid work at the expense of those staff. Chair, there's a benefit of pooling resources together. We can have a better off pension fund because we pooled resources together. But I think, Chair, as a comrade from SARS was saying, we need to look at how we address the wage gap between vice chancellors, the senior executive management, and the catering staff, the cleaning staff, etc. It doesn't make sense and it can't be defended. Chair, I think we must appreciate we've made progress in terms of building new universities in Mpumalanga and Solplaki, but there are still other regions left behind. So what are we saying about Namaqualand, about the Southern Cape, the Karoo, etc.? But it shouldn't just be about having a brick and mortar institution in Kimberley, but about are all faculties available for students? Because you might find in Mpumalanga, because it's new, it's only got a few faculties. The issue of residence accommodation too. But Chair, I think the point is we need to really invest in rural areas, really to help stem the tide of rural migration. I think if you look at Gauteng in '94, I think it was about 6 million people roughly. It's now at about 12 million. Western Cape has gone from about 3 million, 3.5 million, 94 to about 6 million. If you look at the Eastern Cape, it's gone the opposite direction from about 8 million to about 5 million. So we're creating huge pressures in our cities and we're creating ghost towns in our rural areas. But again, with virtual tools, it's a real, we've got options now which we didn't have before. I think, Chair, just getting towards the end, in terms of our linkages with Africa or the world, I think, again, there's a need for a common collective approach. How do we strengthen links with other African global institutions for, student exchange, lecture exchange, research collaboration. But again, Chair, memory serves me right, UCT's got a fundraising office in New York. It's fantastic. But does Forte have the same opportunities? I don't think so. And so we need to see how do we combine and collaborate with each other and support each other. So I don't think we're competing with each other. Chair, I think the other issue is, and let me play out of the coloring book lines a little bit, but we really need to see much greater synergy through our education system. There's very little links, if I can be honest or be a little bit blunt, between basic education and between higher education in terms of our curricula, the skills we need, the admissions requirements, preparedness. It's amazing, Chair, to see kids who are brilliant at school, top schools, got top marks in science and maths. distinctions. When they go to universities, they struggle. So there is a problem there. I think, Chair, maybe I'm being a little bit simplistic. There's a real absence of collaboration between universities and TVET colleges, I think. TVET colleges are struggling on so many fronts, but universities have ways to give a little bit of assistance, generate collaboration. If we come to CETAs, it's a disaster. I don't think there's any synergy in that regard. But Chair, I think, I'm just going to raise issues which colleagues will know far better than me. But the fact that half of our grade ones don't matriculate is a crisis. Half of our matriculants don't come with exemptions. Half of our university students in first year don't graduate. It really shows a systemic failure at all levels. And again, Chair, we have, many graduates struggling to find work, let alone the work that they studied for, are more highly indebted. So I think there's systemic challenges which you really need to think creatively. And again, Chair, I think colleagues at university will raise the needs, but many of our students should actually be channeled to TVET, not to universities. But again, the question of the quality of learning at TVET, and Chair, I know you all point fingers at Labour and say, well, you sit on these CETA boards, what are you doing? We are guilty. And I think, Chair, to be honest, our CETAs are a disaster. They are a disaster. There's not a question of resources. The resources are huge, and this is workers' monies. But the CETAs are a cesspool of corruption and nonsensical courses. Again, it's an opportunity for us to fix things where all of us can benefit, including universities. But I think, Chair, why I'm raising it is that there's a real scope, because universities in many instances are far better run institutions by and large, for them to help the CETAs, help TVET colleges around curriculum, around training, and build a better synergy, which you would find often in countries like Sweden, where there's a much more holistic flow, which we don't have currently. So, Chair, just in conclusion, I don't think arguments should be exclusive. I think they should be complementary. It's a question of finding the right balance between institutional autonomy, which is important. We don't want Comrade, Blade or Comrade Booty to come and tell universities you must admit this student or that student, as the DM was saying. But we do need to make sure we are moving together towards our national objectives, our transformational, our economic objectives, the educational goals we have as a nation, and of course our legal obligations, which are there in law. They can't be ignored. It means that universities must embrace transformational objectives, comply with our developmental goals and our good governance requirements. And I think most do, but there's a need for improvement. But Chair, it also means that government institutions must give better support, including financial support. So it's useful when the Chair and the Portfolio Committee engage on the budget to also raise the voice of Treasury that we can't be cutting subsidies when universities are struggling. But I think, Chair, just lastly, I think we are fortunate to have really 24 quality universities with their issues, but they're good universities. There's just a positive foundation that we can build upon, as the DG was saying this morning. But I think just lastly, Chair, is that, we're in a real economic crisis. So we have an urgency to address issues, and universities can play a huge role in addressing that. So yeah, that's my presentation, Chair. Thanks for indulging us, and hope we didn't take too long. Thanks very much, Chair and members. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Parks, for that. And more than anything, I think, the presentation from COSATU this morning or this afternoon, what it says is that these are the challenges that are faced by the sector. This is what should be happening or what we should be addressing. And all of us as stakeholders, workers, students, government, parliament, we must advocate for the increased budget. The department must play its particular role in the day-to-day oversight on CETAs. Workers have their role to play, students have their role to play. And that is why it's so important for us to be able to find to find common ground on how we cooperatively govern the space, because we have all these challenges that are facing the sector. And I think it's a very, it's a thorn, I don't know what, I'm very bad with idioms, but it's a reminder that the sector is not where it ought to be. And so we really need to get our act together collectively as stakeholders. So having said that, I'd like to then hand over to the CHE, Prof. Yusuf Wahid. You also have a very important role to play in guiding us. So.
Thank you, Chair, very much for the kind introduction. and I'm privileged to represent the Council on Higher Education. My chair phoned me last week and said, you have to go to this colloquium. I said, but I'm not there. You need to respect the institution. He said, well, I have slides already prepared for you, and these slides were ably prepared by the CEO in collaboration with other members of the Council on Higher Education. So I thought this is what I'm going to do today. I'm going to use my academic authority and autonomy as two things. And then I'm going to give you an exposition of the CHE's understanding of institutional autonomy, academic freedom, and public accountability. And that should be done. But because the CHE has asked one of its council members, a human, who's always an interpretive being, that human, who is me, who is I, will interpret, and that means either agree and disagree, or take issue with, or critically scrutinize what has been articulated over many years. That's quite an ambitious task, but I think I would be remiss of my being human if I don't do that. So on the one hand, I represent Professor Themba Musia, my colleague and chair of the council. And on the other hand, I also retain my academic autonomy in order to give you an exposition of the CHE. So how do we as the CHE look at institutional autonomy, academic freedom, and of course public accountability? What we agree on is that these three concepts are interrelated. They are intertwined. They are inextricably linked. The one cannot do without the other. So you can never talk about institutional autonomy if you don't imply academic freedom. Neither can you invoke the understanding of academic freedom if you don't ever think about public accountability. So what do these concepts mean and how do they intertwine? Sorry. By the way, I am so privileged that I work with Apple, and why didn't you give me an apple? Okay. I can only press page down. What the CHE has done over many years, since its inception, and I remember those debates, it has produced a plethora of publications. And even if you look at our last review of the South African higher education system, 25 years into democracy, and I think, Witty, that is forthcoming, very close to it. It's being published at the moment. That throughout the years, the CHE's concern intellectually has been with institutional autonomy, academic freedom, and public accountability. And the literature is replete with messages, guidance, information, knowledge, and advice to the minister on what our understanding of these concepts is. So it's not that the CHE is unfamiliar with the debate surrounding these concepts, but the point is, what has been the primary debate within these texts, these policy texts? The primary debate about individual autonomy, academic freedom, and public accountability has been the relationship between the individual and community. The individual with his or her rights and the exercise of his or her rights in relation to what the community ought to do, and vice versa. So what comes through the documents is that the individual's autonomy has never been compromised. And that's an important statement I'm making. It has never been compromised. But the individual's autonomy has always been subjected to the autonomy of the group, of the community. So in that sense, and this is the position the CHE espouses, the kind of autonomy of the individual has been conditional upon what the community says, and the kind of autonomy of the community has been conditional upon the individual's autonomy. So there has never been a separation. So if one were to talk about individual autonomy and communal autonomy, we would speak about individual come communal autonomy. So it was never as if the autonomy of the person has been separated from the autonomy of the group. Now, this is also the criticism the Eurocentrists wage against African thought and practice. They say that African thought and practice is muddled, not I, they, in the sense that we speak about communal thought and communal action through the concept of Ubuntu. And in that way, we would undermine the central notion of action which comes from the individual. No, what we are saying is that individual action and communal action are inseparable. The individual informs community, and community informs the individual. And in that sense, we espouse the idea of Ubuntu. And that seems to be the message articulated in our exposition, the CHE's exposition of what it means to enhance the individual's autonomy, to exercise the academic's freedom, and more importantly, to serve your interests towards the public accountability. We say in our looking at the principles which guide the CHE's brief towards the cultivation of higher education transformation, we recognize all these concepts used as principles that ought to constitute what it means to transform. The other day, there was a debate in a discussion in the council, in a council meeting. Should we still put so much emphasis on transformation? Yes, we should. Because talking about higher education transformation is an acknowledgement that concepts, ideas, and practices always and invariably change. They do not stay the same. So there's always a need for transformation, and you can never abort that process at all, because an effort to abort higher education transformation would reveal that we have a perfect, absolute, monolithic understanding of these concepts, and we don't need further exploration. And that's wrong. So yes, we recognize that these concepts constitute, they make up what higher education transformation ought to be. But we are saying that they need to be treated in an interrelated way. Now, as you look at these concepts, I know we want to say that we place emphasis on academic freedom, institutional autonomy, and public accountability for this discussion. But if we do that, we are wrong ourselves. I'll tell you why. if we talk about equitable redress, you cannot talk about equity and redress in higher education and in this society if you divorce discussions or distance discussions from freedom, autonomy, and accountability. Neither can you talk about democratization of a society or higher education if you never invoke the notions of freedom, autonomy, and accountability. So when we treat these concepts as concepts that drive higher education transformation, we would err if we think that we can democratize higher education without concepts, freedom, autonomy, and accountability. Similarly, if we talk about democratization and development, and we want to leave freedom, autonomy, and accountability for a later opportunity, we would err. So unless we ourselves treat these concepts as mutually interrelated, we will never have a defensible or plausible form of freedom, autonomy, and accountability. So that's my observation. Unless we treat them as always interrelated, if you talk about equitable redress or equity and redress, you do not dare to leave out freedom, autonomy, and of course accountability, because that will give you an impoverished understanding, and therefore we say we don't see any change. We don't see any change because the concepts that we commit ourselves to are implemented haphazardly and half-heartedly. I'm too provocative. Let me just say something about that slide which the CHE wanted me to speak about. I think the most important message which comes through is when you talk about concepts that ought to drive transformation, that ought to guide it. And by the way, you don't mind if I take a leave of absence rather, from this word steering. Steering a car, steering transformation, steering policy change doesn't fit well with me at the moment, because steering in fact constrains my action. If you want to steer a system all the time, and you say that the portfolio committee should steer this, that government should steer this, or universities should steer this, remember, if you argue at the beginning for collective activism, for communal engagement, you cannot have a steering effort, because that would hamper the progress or the action of the collective. Because when you steer and you have a collective steering, there will always be some people who want to steer in this way, and there will be others who want to steer in that way. And the challenge you have is, how will you derive at a shared compromise with your steering? It's difficult. So I will reluctantly abstain, or maybe willingly abstain, from steering. And I will rather talk about how higher education ought to be guided by the notions of freedom, accountability, and public responsiveness. Now, what we say through this particular slide is that we need to take issue with the idea of neoliberalism and globalization. Now, that might come as a surprise, because why would South Africa take issue with globalization and neoliberalism? Okay, if we don't want to take issue with globalization and neoliberalism, we will entrench poverty and underdevelopment. because globalization and neoliberalism is meant primarily for the advantaged. So what we need to do and what we offer is to re-look these concepts in light of the notion of globalization, that you have to bring your concepts of indigenization, indigeneity into conversation with broader universal issues, and then bring the global into conversation with the local. And that's a different context. So what we are saying, unless you address the concepts that you're talking about, that's the concepts of autonomy, accountability, and freedom. If you talk about those concepts in a different context, which can only be globalization and not globalization, those concepts will take on a more meaningful form. That's what we're saying. So you have to look at your concepts as you are confronted with, and then try to reconceptualize the situation in light of the context you are. And your context is not a globalized neoliberal context. Your context or our context is a localized context. So that we do not have to argue afterwards for, and what about indigenous knowledges? And what about indigeneity? And how are we going to contend with globalized knowledge issues? No. Unless you start up front and say, this is quite interesting. Any South African scholar who makes a presentation overseas and wants to talk about global issues other than giving a representation of Africa are being looked differently at. In other words, people are surprised to know that you want to talk about global issues and not represent your context. So what I'm saying, when people hear, but this is an African experience, or this is the way South Africans look at it, the global context can learn from it. So we do not have to play into the global language games if we know that the global community seems to be more interested in the localized issues. Have you ever heard about the concept Ubuntu University? Now, somebody in South Africa might not be interested in it, but someone in Vladivostok would be interested in it. So what I'm saying, unless you exert the context as a preference, the context will determine how your concepts will be reinterpreted and analyzed. Okay, now what do we say about institutional autonomy? We say that institutional autonomy should not be looked at separately from student admissions, from curriculum, from modes, methods of teaching and assessment. And by the way, we have omitted learning and research and internal management of our resources. We say that. But let me give you an example. When we talk about the autonomy of a teacher, for instance, in a university classroom, we say in as much as a teacher has the ability to teach, so that teacher must also be prone to learn. So that the teacher's position is not one of unbridled authority. So the teacher is no longer just a teacher, the teacher is a teacher learner. Similarly, when a learner learns, that learner can no longer be just assumed as someone who learns, as if learning is the acquisition of facts and facts and facts. No, a learner becomes a legitimate learner if that learner learns and develops a capacity to teach. So the learner becomes learner-teacher. Now, that's one example of how autonomy is exercised. You cannot assume that teaching is all about the autonomy, the freedom, the self-directedness of the teacher without ever involving the learner. Neither can you think of a learner as always one who should internalize what he or she has been taught. Learner can also become a teacher. So one mistake we actually make, and one of the things that I've never seen in our documents, is that we have never really ambitiously coupled the terms teaching and learning. And if we talk about autonomy in relation to teaching and learning, I think it is time that we rewrite the notion of teaching and learning. Otherwise, we will never get rid of the dominant, prejudicial teachers who do not think that students or learners have any voice or anything to say. And neither will we get rid of the passive learners who do not think or imagine themselves as teachers, but that they should only rely on volumes of information that teachers provide them with and which they should uncritically internalize. A lot has to do with what we do with autonomy. And autonomy here implies we have to advocate for a new understanding of teaching and learning. But because we retain those concepts in isolation, we never seem to break or rupture the actual disadvantage. Anyway, autonomy implies that you have the freedom to do innovative things. You have the freedom to transform, to change, to bring about understandings never even thought of before. So, what are we saying? We are saying in this slide that when we talk about the institution's autonomy, that's a university, a TVET college, a university of technology, that institution only exercises its autonomy if its academic freedom is unconstrained. Now that is a very powerful statement, because if you constrain the academic freedom of your community, your teachers, your learners, your managers, they will never be autonomous. Now, when do we start curbing institutional autonomy is the question. Not that institutional autonomy should be constrained, but when do we start curbing aspirations that will minimize a sense of humanity? You only do that when injustice is forthcoming. In other words, you have to limit freedom of expression when an injustice to others ensues. If you have academics at universities promoting notions of racism and hatred, it becomes imperative on you as the other academics to counter and counteract those racist and hateful comments and enunciations. Because if you do not do that, you in fact contribute towards the an enlargement of injustice. Now that is doing something else. Are you constraining the academic freedom, or are you merely counteracting outrage? How can it be academic freedom if the voice that you utter, the enunciations that you make are in support of hatred, alienation, exclusion, and subjugation of the other? That cannot be academic freedom. Because how can you claim academic freedom if you disallow or inhibit the freedom of others? And in that sense, you should counteract what is being articulated or enunciated. But that's not curbing your academic freedom. That is just reminding the other that this is used in the name of academic freedom, but actually it is not academic freedom. So I don't argue for a constrainment of academic freedom, but I think what the Council of Higher Education's message is, and this is where they bring in the idea of a conditional freedom or a conditional autonomy, is because as soon as an injustice arises, that aspiration in the name of autonomy should be curbed. And that's the reason why the council uses this idea of you have to begin to talk about conditional autonomy. But it's not that autonomy is restricted, but it's merely to prevent an injustice being perpetrated against those who you consider as less human, which is an impossibility, by the way. So let me bring you to our conclusion. We say that these three concepts have a reason to coexist. But if you are going to propagate them and enunciate them in a way whereby they undermine one another and the integrity of the concept itself, then there is no point in these concepts existing on their own. So these concepts, we argue, we have to look, I think this word comes from you, Witty, we have to look for a sweet spot. We have to look for a compromise that these three concepts can actually coexist without undermining or subverting the other. And I think that's a defensible position. It's a safe position, it's a strong position, but it's not one that is provocative enough. I think we can move beyond that, but whether that position, let us try. Let us try a different position. Let us assume that we don't want a compromise between those concepts. We say we have to retain the notion of unconditional autonomy or unconditional academic freedom. Let us say we want that. Is that a possibility? Yes, it is a possibility, but there is also the possibility that with unconditional academic freedom and with unconditional institutional autonomy, we might subvert the other one. For example, if we allow universities to carte blanche say, we are going to restrict students from doing a medical degree. We're not going to allow more than 100 or 200. Our institution can't take more than that. What about, this brings into concept, what about the issue of public accountability then? You know you have to produce more medical practitioners, and yet you limit the institution. So that argument can be made. You require more medical personnel, but yet you restrict. And that brings into contestation the very practices of the institutional autonomy with your public accountability, which is really your public responsibility. How do you then respond, or what ableness do you have as an institution to respond to what the public needs, to what society needs? And that would be another conflicting position that you'll find yourself in. So to play safe, the CHE says it's better to work with conditional autonomy. But that doesn't mean that conditional autonomy is the only option. We still open up conditional autonomy to public scrutiny by others. Finally, I was a bit reluctant to tell the portfolio committee what they should be doing, but I think what we as the CHE want to alert the portfolio committee to is perhaps relook the notion of conditional autonomy and then start perhaps a debate regarding individual rights and procedural rights, and bring that in relation to substantive rights. So I don't think we want to tell the portfolio committee what their role should be, but I think in terms of this debate, we want to suggest maybe that should be a point for deliberation as well. That's what we're saying. And finally, my chair has reminded me that in 2002, he already said this. He said, the era of pushing a check through the letterbox and walking away was over. Government and their funding agencies wanted increasingly to first knock on the door, then to peek inside, then to walk inside, then to observe what they saw, then to ask questions, then to expect answers, then to suggest changes, then to change the size of the checks if the changes did not occur. He says, in these challenging times, the involvement of the state in higher education is not unique to South Africa. The tradition that higher education should be left to go about their educational business without external interference has ended. Now, that is a highly contentious and provocative claim. But the position of the CHE's chair is you can interfere, but then you need to justify it. And I think that makes sense. If you disagree with something and someone, and if you disagree with an institution's policy on student admissions, you have the right to offer an alternative. And that is what he means by externally interfere. You have the right to, I would argue, you have the right to rupture the status quo. And equally, the institution has the right to respond. But that will bring you to the same situation. Work towards a shared compromise. And now I want to conclude with what I would argue for. Not institutional autonomy that should be undermined. Not academic freedom that should be compromised. But rather, that we put more emphasis on the notion of deliberative engagement. And deliberative engagement in a very simplistic way means let people talk, let you listen, and let them talk back to allow you to take them into scrutiny so that they also talk back. So deliberation and deliberative engagement for me is far more significant than worrying about having a perfect form of institutional autonomy and academic freedom. Because those two concepts, institutional autonomy and academic freedom, are sacrosanct. But what you can do is to focus on the notion of a more tenable democratic agency and experience so that you work with a better concept of democracy than maybe what you currently working with, or maybe what you're chewing on, or maybe what you imagined or thought about. So the issue for me is not so much that our notions of institutional autonomy and academic freedom should remain intact, because the more we tackle those two concepts, the more we seem to water down what it actually means, but that we put more effort on deliberative engagement in order that we retain the authenticity of institutional autonomy and academic freedom. Because the moment you begin to smother these concepts, the meaningless they become. But if you persist with deliberative engagement, you will have a heightened form of democratization of higher education and transformation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Wahid, for that thought-provoking presentation. I want to perhaps ask Dr. Lewin that have we as South Africa conceptualized what institutional autonomy in the South African context is and what it should look like, considering that in 2008, if I'm not mistaken, the task team report of the independent task team on higher education, institutional autonomy, and academic freedom recommended what is referred to as substantive autonomy, where they define substantive autonomy as a conceptualization which promotes both the public good and the constitutive values of the academy, viewing the exercise of the latter as integral to higher education's social role and accountability. This afternoon, Prof. Wahid then says perhaps we should look at conditional autonomy. And so I think for me, I then think of the fact that in China, for example, they have taken some time to and we can share the type of information that we're privy to take a moment to say, but what does institutional autonomy in a myriad of countries is understood to be X, Y, and Z, but what does that look like in the South African context, and how can we collectively as various stakeholders derive at a point where there is a collective ownership and understanding of institutional autonomy? If we're calling it institutional autonomy, conditional autonomy, substantive autonomy, but I'm also trying to appreciate the fact that there has been historic work done around this particular matter, and how do we then create the different linkages from one era to the other, so that we do at some point, I guess, land. At some point, we are in Uhuru, where there is some type of common appreciation for this particular concept. Colleagues, thank you very much for your presentations. That was President Zoya, Mr. Parks, Prof. Wahid. I want to ask the House if it would be okay with yourselves. Anela, you'll indicate to me if those colleagues are on the platform. If it would be okay with yourselves for us to attempt to stretch ourselves just until 2 o'clock, so that we can take the oral submissions from Dr. Miller, Hanyani, and Likhwabe. And then we break for lunch, and then when we come back, we go straight into discussions. All right. So, Anela, I hope we were able to try and locate those colleagues. Let me perhaps check on the platform if Dr. Miller is on the platform. Okay, there's no indication at the moment. Can I check if Mr. Anyani is on the platform from Nateo?
Yes, I'm available.
Okay, then let's check for Dr. Likhwabe. Okay. Oh, I see Dr. Likhwabe though, but your mic is not opened.
Chair, just to say this is Dr. Muller here. I am here. I would just need 5 minutes to set up. Thank you.
Okay, so perhaps Mr. Hanyani, if we can go with yourself, then since Dr. Miller has indicated that they are on the platform, we'll go to Dr. Miller, then we'll end with Likhwabe. All right, so handing over to Mr. Hanyani. You have 10 minutes each, colleagues, to make your presentations.
Okay, good morning and thank you very much. I just need your assistance with projecting my presentation. Am I visible? Am I audible?
But visible, not yet. I don't know how that works. And then in terms of the presentation, so they won't be visible. Okay, there we go. We can see you. And then in terms of his presentation, okay, we're told that you do have the right to share your presentation from your device. If you're struggling. Mr. Anyani, are you doing okay? Is there any movement on your side?
Yeah, I'm about to project it. Just a moment.
Ah, okay. So you're coming all right.
I'm not sure. Can you see my presentation?
There we go.
All right, we can see your presentation, and then the IT team is recommending that you perhaps switch your camera off so that we ensure that you are audible. But we did see you. You're very handsome, and thank you very much for joining the engagement.
Thank you for the comment. All right. Good morning to all those who are attending here. I think I'd like to acknowledge the presence of the portfolio committee chairperson and all the portfolio committee members. I think the Deputy Minister of Higher Education was here earlier on, the DG, the chairperson of the Council on Higher Education, and the South President and Secretariat, and all others, and all protocol observed. My name is Charles Anyani.
Sorry, sincere apologies, Mr. Anyani. Can I ask that you turn your presentation into slide mode,
All right.
presentation mode.
Is it there?
Not yet on our side, but perhaps it. All right, let's continue.
I've opened it on my side to be a slide presentation.
Hopefully it's delayed and it'll increase on our side at a later stage, but you may continue.
Okay. So I've titled my presentation "Autonomy or Public Accountability" or both. But let me just give you a brief background about myself. I've already told you my name. I'm a former chairperson of Until at the University of Fort Hare. I'm no longer there, but I've been in the higher education space for 14 years. 6 of those as an undergraduate and postgraduate student at the University of Fort Hare. About 5 of those as an employee at the university, and part of them were mixed with my employment at TVET College, known as Lafton College in Alice. I think I've got a bit of understanding of the higher education space, and I thought let me contribute what I've experienced over the past few years in relation to institutional autonomy, public accountability, and how they relate to each other. So I'll start off with the common facts that government through the DHET and other entities has been funding higher education institutions through various types of grants, such as block grants, earmarked grants. I think that has been detailed already. The funds that government utilizes are public funds. I mean, this is common cause, and therefore public resources, which ultimately require the government to account for to the very public. And where public funds are utilized, it is my view that institutional autonomy wanes away to a large extent, because the public should have the final word on how their funds are utilized. My presentation will touch on 2 areas
You're moving your presentation.
I'm what?
Are you moving your presentation at the moment?
Yes, I'm on the 3rd slide.
It's not moving on our side. Is it not possible for us to assist with this device? Sorry, because we're really struggling to follow your presentation. So I'm trying to see if we can't have you on the platform, but us assisting your presentation from inside here. And it is not possible for us to do that?
Yeah, because I submitted it, so yeah, I think we can do that. That's much better.
Someone's doing it? Oh, you're still sending it? All right, just 1 second. Actually, perhaps you may continue, and members of the portfolio committee definitely do have your presentation. It was emailed to them, so they'll follow from their devices. And in the meantime, for other stakeholders, we're trying to get it streamed, but you can continue in the meantime.
Okay. I was saying that I just addressed some common facts about how the government, through the department, funds HEIs or higher education institutions through the various grants, and that the public has to have a final say in terms of how public resources are utilized. And my presentation will touch on 2 areas that I think need a paradigm shift in terms of public accountability. The first one is I'm going to talk about academic research in relation to institutional autonomy and public accountability, and then I'll talk about the authority of executive management in the same space in relation to how they, in the end, should account to the public. I'm now going to talk about academic research. So this is one area where there's been a strong advocacy for autonomy when it comes to the what, the how, and the why of research. Research funding from government to higher education institutions has been increasing over the past years. But the question is, what has been the return on investment? Is it publications in scientific journals? Is it rating of researchers? Is it an output of postgraduate students? But those who advocate strongly for institutional autonomy from an academic research perspective perhaps seem to miss one fundamental point. Public funds should fund research that solves public challenges or societal problems. In essence, the public should define research areas. Are we saying the public should become academics? No, we're not saying that. What we're simply saying is that societal problems should be the starting point of most of the research that is carried out in academic institutions, given the context of where we are currently. The current approach has got a problem. The current approach mainly focuses on research output, which is a quantitative parameter. It includes number of publications, number of postgraduate students produced, number of publications in rated journals, rating of researchers, and to me, none other non-contextual metrics are being used currently. The approach would be that the DHET, for the funds that it gives to these institutions, it should start focusing more on realistic parameters or metrics when they make higher education institutions account for public funds. Parameters which are qualitative in nature, such as research impact and research transferability. So in essence, research impact, what impact does a particular research output have on problems that the public is experiencing? For example, research output has been increasing over the past few years or the past years with an increase in unemployment, gang violence, and an increase in poor service delivery. So what are researchers really researching? Is there going to be a situation where we've got total autonomy in such situations? I don't think so. And then research transferability. Doing research in an academic setting does not always make the findings or the output of that research transferable into the real world. So maybe researchers in higher education institutions should be funded based on the extent to which their research can be transferred into addressing real societal problems or to the extent of the public benefit. I'll move on to the second aspect of my presentation, authority of executive managers. Universities are regarded as autonomous to a certain extent, with councils being responsible for governance, but largely delegating their authority to the vice chancellors and the management teams or executive management, as well as other structures, of course, such as Senate and IF. But the question is, which delegated structure poses the biggest risk to the stability and accountability of these institutions? It is executive management. And I want to use this typical scenario. Executive managers have a maximum, when one looks at most statutes, have got a maximum tenure of 10 years, given that most of them are on fixed-term contracts. So why do institutions of higher learning put more responsibility in the decisions that will affect the future of a university in a few individuals who are appointed only for a few years? So an institution, for example, is 50 or 60 years old or 100 years old. Why would most of the risk be put into one structure known as executive management? Why do I say so? That this is a problem. That the authority given to management structures of vice chancellors compared to their tenure in office is excessive and is prone to misuse. And this makes it easy for them to transfer risks into the university system, because the authority allows them to make major decisions, including reckless decisions, because they're utilizing public funds. So executives can leave an institution with so much legal and financial risk, which might not be noticed earlier on as soon as they depart, but that can be discovered 10, 15 years down the line. And that's how institutions are collapsing. So accountability in terms of executive management role and council role should be increased, as we run the risk of leaving these higher education institutions with serious strategic, financial, and legal burden long after the vice chancellor or the management has left. Some may argue that the role of council is to supervise management and regulate its conduct. But the question is, how many university councils have collapsed in the past years? I know a total of 7 higher education institutions that have gone under administration, and we're still going to get more with the current structure of institutional autonomy. There is an over-reliance on badly composed councils to keep management in check. A better approach would be to use the precautionary principle. How do you disincentivize rogue decision-making by executives in these public institutions, in their management of these public institutions? A different model will have to be employed. For instance, this could be a wild example, but they have personal liability clauses for me, this would be a good disincentive from discouraging executives from depositing risks into the system. The DHET can equally conduct investigations on how financial and legal problems have been left at each university because of the negligent decisions of previous executives and so on. And these universities continue to be burdened by such decisions. What role do other permanent stakeholders play in ensuring that executives don't misuse authority to the detriment of public universities, which by nature utilize public funds? Permanent employees need to be given a bigger role in holding management account because they're most likely to be there for longer compared to management. Critically, these days we live in a world where misinformation is the norm because of social media. University executives have control of marketing departments. They can easily use narratives to distract us from the real issues. Many executives in these institutions brag in the media about how highly their universities are ranked and many other irrelevant metrics. But ask them, how many of your degree programs are relevant in the current economic environment? Ask them, how many of your graduates are employable? Ask them, how many new programs have you introduced? And ask them, how many of your researchers have created a product, process, or knowledge which the public has significantly benefited from? Those are key questions. So in conclusion, I'm saying in a nutshell, the autonomy of researchers should be regulated to ensure that their problem statements in their research are real-life problems and their outputs are impactful and transferable, especially where public funds are utilized. We're tired of hearing about publications that a few people outside the academic world can relate to or can even apply to their real-life challenges. Furthermore, what is the relevance of peer review mechanism in relation to public benefit? Maybe we need to have research on that. Secondly, there should be spreading of risk in these universities by redistributing authority as thinly and as widely as possible. From councils and management, there is too much concentration of risk in these structures, basically putting your eggs in one basket. Governance of these public universities needs to be more collaborative between stakeholders and not the current top-down approach that is currently taking place. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ayani, for that presentation. We truly appreciate your active citizenry in responding to our request for citizens to make oral written submissions. I'd like to now check if Dr. Miller is available.
Yes, Chairperson, I am available. I can't seem to get my camera to work, but I have sent through my presentation, so perhaps we could go with that.
Okay, that's fine. Would have been nice to see your face, though.
My apologies for that. Yeah, just a hardware issue right now. So if I restart, I fear that it may take me 5 or 10 minutes to get back in.
All right, maybe you can just send us a picture later.
With pleasure, Chairperson, with pleasure.
Of course.
Will the committee secretary pull up my presentation, or should I share it from my side?
Perhaps attempt to share. What's the plan? Are you going to share? Okay, perhaps attempt to share. Let's see if you're doing okay. But in the meantime, I think he's trying to get the presentation on our side as a backup.
Okay.
All right, just try and go to the next slide so that we can see if it works. Okay, it is moving, so I think we're fine. Thank you so much.
Okay, great. Thank you, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members, colleagues from the higher education sector, universities and the department and other entities. I'll try and be quite to the point, given that I only have 10 minutes. And of course, I should say an important point to make is that the views expressed in this presentation are my views as an individual academic and don't represent any institution. So just to say that the remarks that I'm making, they're quite specific, and I think that's because I think specific remarks are the most useful for the committee. But I don't want there to be an impression that they are a reflection of an unawareness of much bigger issues. I've actually just published a book around the dynamics of higher education, and in fact, further to the remarks that were made by, I think it was the CHE chair, this is actually concerned with dynamics in the global academy, not specifically in South Africa, but they do affect us. And although I don't talk much about decolonization here, but I talk quite extensively about that in one of the chapters in that book. So just to say that I am aware of those much bigger systemic issues and philosophical issues about higher education. But this colloquium is focused on the particular question of institutional autonomy. I think it's really welcome to have this colloquium. I think the issue of institutional autonomy is something that on the one hand has been quite fraught, but on the other hand has in many instances been left undiscussed. Because it serves perhaps certain stakeholders' interests not to talk too much about it, except when they have particular issues that they want to bring to the table. So, I just like to say that, I take the view that academic freedom and institutional autonomy are fundamental if universities are going to play their role in democratic societies. Having said that, universities and academics, like other social institutions and individuals, can't simply be assumed to act in the broad public interest, and so they must be subject to robust accountability mechanisms like other institutions and other people. And obviously accountability is even more important where public funds are involved. But just also to say it's not irrelevant where public funds are absent. So the title of this colloquium refers to public universities, and quite appropriately in the South African context. But it's also important, just as a footnote, to say that, of course, issues like institutional autonomy and academic freedom are also worth discussing in the context of private universities. But the perpetual challenge is to find an appropriate balance between the imperatives of academic freedom and institutional autonomy on the one hand, and accountability on the other. In my experience, one of the obstacles to important discussions on these issues are what the economist J.K. Galbraith once referred to as conventional wisdoms, which are things that people believe, but not necessarily widely believed, but not necessarily well substantiated. And these have actually been discussed by a number of speakers before me. I have tried to listen to other presentations. They include notions of exceptional global achievement and status. Success of the research incentive system was referred to earlier, that there was a kind of structural break in the 1990s when universities that were steeped in apartheid suddenly became institutions of the constitutional democracy. And then finally, the notion that academic freedom in the Constitution largely pertains to the autonomy of institutions and their managers, rather than, for example, the protection of individual academics. And I suggest these are all mistaken for the reasons listed there. So this notion of exceptional achievement is based on often quite superficial assessments and flawed metrics like university rankings. The idea that the research incentive system has been a success is based on crude assessments of numerical increases in research output, ignoring some very serious quality concerns and questions of actually how those increases came to pass, something that's not often spoken about. This notion of a structural break in the 1990s has largely ignored continuities between apartheid universities and post-apartheid universities. Most notably, what I'm going to talk about briefly today is in academic staff. And then finally, it's been convenient for the managers of universities to focus on the notion of academic freedom as pertaining to institutional autonomy, whereas earlier speakers have pointed out, these are actually separable issues. And one of the concerns that I've raised in some of my public writing is that, in fact, institutions themselves can infringe on academic freedom. And there might be instances where one might want to curtail institutional autonomy to protect academic freedom. So just to gesture at something, I did submit a written submission, which was quite short, but longer than what I can deal with here. And one of the issues I referred to there is what these days I'm starting to call an original sin of post-apartheid higher education. And this is what I said in my written submission, is that unlike in the broader public sector, where many, albeit not all, incompetent or racist or corrupt bureaucrats from the apartheid era were rapidly removed from government positions, no such process took place in academia. Incompetent and mediocre individuals who happily served apartheid institutions have been allowed to retain permanent posts until retirement, and often in doing so spawn new generations they approve of. In addition to that, my own impression is that the very notion of academic freedom remains a foreign concept in the internal practices of many or all formerly Afrikaans or apartheid institutions, even as the incumbents in those institutions have retained their incumbency because of institutional autonomy derived from academic freedom. So I mention this because it's a great example of the tension here. So essentially, if you imagine, you had say, an apartheid institution that was composed of academics who, by and large, went along with the apartheid system and also owed their appointments to the intellectual mediocrity. It wasn't just racism, but also just intellectual mediocrity of that system. And then they continued into the democratic era, not necessarily having changed their views, not having had their qualifications reviewed, and so forth. And why was that possible? Well, because the post-apartheid government adopted a constitution and associated policies that prevented interference in institutions. And on the face of it, as I said at the very beginning, I'm strongly supportive of preventing such interference because it's often inappropriate, even if a given political administration is not inclined to do that, but future ones might. However, in the South African context, there was a transition, which is unusual, and arguably more consideration should have been given to the sequencing of those issues. Now, this is largely a horse that's bolted, unfortunately, something that should have been addressed in the 1990s and early 2000s, but it's worth mentioning because I think we still live with the legacy of that original sin today. In the interest of time, let me just move on. I have some examples of institutional infringement on academic freedom. For example, there was a commerce faculty at a South African university that issued an instruction to its academics that they could not use companies' names in their scholarly papers or teaching without getting permission from those companies. Just a remarkable thing. It was subsequently nuanced and partially retracted, but only after some opposition. Another example is where institutional managers retaliate against individual academics for raising criticisms of management and decision-making bodies. And again, I would argue that that's an infringement of academic freedom if we conceive of academic freedom as protecting academics in pursuing their scholarly and academic activities, which includes their contribution to a community of decision-makers. And so these kinds of institutional infringements are not spoken much about, largely because the debate is driven by institutional managers who are not so interested in those issues, or indeed may be culpable of some of those actions. In my submission, I select 3 areas of emphasis for constructive action. The first is on transparency of higher education institutions and the higher education system. The second is predatory publishing, and the third is sexual harassment and GBV. These are definitely not comprehensive, but I think they're particularly important issues, and they're usefully illustrative of some of the tensions within the system and some areas where the committee could take some action. So just to get to predatory publishing briefly, because I mean, this is, I think, very important. It links to the point I was making earlier about the legacy of apartheid and, of course, colonialism. I mean, apartheid is the most recent societal structure that we have to worry about. But of course, colonialism before that set up much of those dynamics that followed. So there's this notion of excellence, which is linked to increases in research output. But what has often been downplayed in that narrative is the rise in predatory publishing and its implications. So you'll see some articles about it, but it's generally a footnote to the claims that South Africa is doing really well on academic research output. And what's often downplayed is the very simple fact that predatory publishing reflects either serious dishonesty up to the point of fraud or serious incompetence. Yet the approach by universities, the department and the National Research Foundation and other organizations like the Academy of Sciences, for example, which I left out just by accident here, focuses simply on not counting such outputs for the publication incentive or academic ratings by the NRF. But there are no other consequences for the academics responsible, many of whom obtained appointments and promotions using these publications. Now, we don't have the data to do a proper estimate of this, and I'll talk about that just now, but I have good reason to believe that there are probably hundreds of academics in South Africa, including many senior professors, who've benefited from publishing in predatory journals, which means that they're either incompetent or they've engaged in fraud, and nothing has been done about that. And the analogy I use is that it's pretty much the same as public servants being allowed to keep jobs and promotions that they obtain through fraudulent qualifications. Because in academia, yes, of course, we have to have qualifications, master's degrees, PhDs, and so forth. But actually our publications, our academic publications, are essentially treated as qualifications. They allow us to obtain promotions and appointments and so forth. But there have been no consequences. So what that means is you can have a professor who obtained their professorship with 20 predatory publications, and that professor is teaching students, supervising students, obtaining large amounts of research funding, and nothing's been done to hold them accountable. And that's really dire for the quality of the system, and it's revealing how little institutions, basically nothing, how the institutions have done nothing about this. and that raises serious questions about whether they're using their autonomy appropriately. A second example is sexual harassment and GBV. So I think members and others will know that academia globally is somewhat notorious for the prevalence of inappropriate conduct, ranging from abusive power relations in notionally consensual relationships through to sexual assault, and the academy's systematic failure and reluctance to address this. It's hard to make a systematic assessment of South African universities because we don't really have the data, but it seems that they are very seriously afflicted by many of these problems. And so what that suggests is that it's really crucial to create cultures of accountability within and across institutions, and the across being important because it may not change things much if you fire, for example, a senior academic at one institution for sexual harassment, and then they're immediately employed at the neighboring academic institution. That's not necessarily going to lead to much progress. And fortunately, there has been progress in this area recently, but it wasn't driven by the institutions. It was driven by the department, well, the ministry and the Department of Higher Education and Training. And that's great, but it does raise the question as to why was that not initiated by universities? Why was it not initiated by USAF? It suggests or it demonstrates to some extent the limits of autonomy and the extent to which it's being used, because there's nothing that prevented universities from taking better action on that issue. And these two issues bring us back to the issue of transparency. On predatory publishing, there's national data collected by DHET from institutions, which in turn is based on public information. And that collated information is provided to my knowledge, to only one research group at Stellenbosch, which appears to create a profitable monopoly, and it suppresses critical research. So, I mean, I've made requests for this information. I've even put in a PIRE request for it, which was just ignored. And there's absolutely no basis to not having it in the public domain, except perhaps to the extent that there are things in that data that some people would rather that we didn't look at. Similarly, but in a somewhat different sense, on sexual harassment and GBV, there's very little public information on cases at universities, and in particular information that would be collected by external independent agencies. Because universities, like other institutions, are not necessarily very enthusiastic to publicize for the fact that they might have serious problems around issues like sexual harassment. So arguably one needs more independent entities to collect that data in a reliable way. The reason I keep mentioning transparency is because it's an issue, it cuts across all issues, whether it's internal institutional discussions, meeting documents, financial allocations, and data. And it should be a major focus precisely because it uniquely balances accountability and autonomy. Parliament would not be interfering much in the business of institutions if it insisted that institutions just provide more information on what they're actually doing. That's not interfering in institutional decision-making. It's not interfering in what happens. It's just saying, you are public universities. As universities, you really should be setting a standard for society. And we would like you to make more information publicly available. And then, of course, Parliament and other stakeholders can act on that. But I think it's important then to bring us, this is my last slide, to bring us back to the fundamental objectives. And Sabelo Ndlovu-Gatsheni has a couple of great quotes on what he calls the university of the future. So he says it should satisfy 3 requirements. The one is to be multilingual. The second is to have ecologies of knowledge that enable convivial scholarship. And of course, if you have managers infringing on individual academic freedom, that violates that. But one that's also socially responsive, and it banishes epistemicides, which was the issue that's referred to by other speakers earlier about ignoring indigenous knowledge and valorizing Western knowledge over knowledge produced in African universities, for example. Banishes epistemicides, linguicides, culturecides, racism, sexism, patriarchy, tribalism, xenophobia, and classism, so as to become a home of everyone. And this is a great measure for the failures or successes of a given balance of institutional autonomy. These are the kinds of principles that we should be assessing institutional autonomy against. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Dr. Miller, for that really thought-provoking articulations there, and we really also want to thank you a lot for assisting this very important process of the Portfolio Committee. Can I check if Dr. Lechwabe is available?
Thanks, Chairperson. Yes, I am available.
All right. Can you flash your presentation if you have one?
Thanks very much, Chairperson. I'm trying to share the screen. Okay, there we go. Is it visible?
Not yet.
Okay, let me try to share a slideshow. Is it visible?
Almost. Well, we see the presentation. We're just waiting for it to go into slide mode.
Oh, okay.
All right, but members, our preview. Okay, can you try and see if you can move to the next slide?
All right. Okay. Thank you very much, colleagues. Thank you very much, Chairperson and honored guests. The good thing about being the last speaker is that when scholars have already presented, yours is just to summarize. So thank you very much to you, Chairperson of Portfolio Committee, the Master of Ceremonies.
Dr. Lechwabe?
Indeed, Chairperson.
We're going to flight the presentation from our side, so you can stop sharing on your side because it's not moving, and I think we're having the same challenges we had with Mr. Hanyani. So we will flight it on our side, but you can continue speaking while we work on that.
Thank you very much. That'll be great. So back to I was actually thanking Master of Ceremonies, Chairperson of Portfolio Committees, all the prestigious guests, the Council Chairpersons, CEOs, and Vice Chancellors, student leaders in attendance, all protocol observed. In answering the subject matter and discussion in this colloquium, our starting point as a network, as an alumni association in the higher education sector. Perhaps before I even go to our main policy position, just to indicate that the Higher Education Transformation Network was established in 2011. We're a registered non-profit organization. We're an alumni association across the country. We have been in existence since 2011. Next slide. Our policy objectives, without wasting time, is to ensure the socio-economic elimination of socio-economic disparities through education. This we do, next slide, we do through public policy advocacy on key issues that are within our mandate in terms of our policy positions, increased research output by disadvantaged scholars, encouraging increased research output by disadvantaged scholars through our journal, the African Journal in Education and Transformation, and through strategic public interest litigation. Next slide, please. The National Development Plan, Vision 2030, in engaging in this subject matter, our policy position has always been that the National Development Plan Vision 2030's objectives is the starting point, meaning the objective of the NDP to ensure that 50% of the sector is composed of academic staff, or rather black and female teachers, researchers, to ensure that gender and racial imbalances within the sector are addressed. I'm not going to go much because these objectives are known. From our view, colleagues, the rationale for state intervention in the sector is as important as in the case of financial mismanagement. In other words, where there has been where there is lack of transformation, the intervention by the state, by the minister, is quite critical, is as critical as the intervention that would be required in the case of financial mismanagement. From our view, since in the 10 years that we have been operating, the trends within the sector that would justify state intervention is non-compliance, perennial non-compliance with employment equity targets. That employment equity reporting is a mere compliance exercise. That there is a lack of compliance enforcement with regards to the perennial non-compliance, with institutions perennially revising the employment equity targets. That if you put the employment equity plans since the start of reporting, the commencement date of reporting, that you will see that ultimately, organically, there's not much progress that has been made. The only difference has been institutions have been in the middle of the academic year or financial year, revising their employment equity targets within within the strategic plan period, the 5-year strategic plan period. There is also what we have noted being that the mandate to enforce transformation within the sector was formally bestowed by the ministry on the Transformation Oversight Committee. Now, because of the non-statutory advisory status of this committee is being undermined, principally by vice chancellors and their representatives. You will see that in most, some workplaces within the sector, not all, there's still disproportionate employment of blacks, mostly as Africans, or rather blacks as contractors, mostly on a fixed time periods, discriminatory workplace practices, exclusive rehiring practices, that the rehire staff, some retiring staff would be rehired back as consultants. In some institutions, I think there was one instance where Professor Emeritus status was only granted to non-South Africans. And in some places, you find inequities in discriminatory practices practiced by journals. There's also areas where you find inequities in the workplace, poor, rather workplace victimizations, poor career growth caused by adverse organizational cultures, secretive remuneration scales, which enable an organizational culture of discrimination within the various workplaces. And this is evidenced by the high turnover of black graduates and staff, and that there are transformation charters in place, but implementation is very poor. Also, what we have noted in the sector is that there is a poor link between employment equity compliance and program accreditation status within respective programs. For example, if a program is granted perennially provisional accreditation, partially due to the fact that that very program in that very department does not have the requisite South African qualified staff as is required in terms of the NDP Vision 2030. That is an area where either the internal, the VC through the program accreditation teams would be able to arrest, or at the strategic level, the Council for Higher Education would be able to monitor. But unfortunately, this was one avenue where employment equity compliance could have been enforced at departmental level, where program accreditation results continually in the next, say, consistently, where programs are assessed and you find that full accreditation is not achieved, specifically because specific accreditation criteria are not met. Key being the non-compliance, the lack of requisitely qualified South African senior professors and senior lecturers in compliance with the relevant accreditation status. That some institutions, one would not mention, that there is a need to talk about the policy of internationalization, and to what extent does pursuing internalization in non-compliance with the objectives of the NDP Vision 2030 assist the country with regards to transformation. This we see in the rising number of black and African female professors, but also there is an emerging trend that is taking place as well, meaning the increasing prioritization of the appointment of senior executive roles to non-South African academia. And this appears to be an established practice. Yes, indeed, we would like to bring our research, or rather our institutions in line with modern best practices and with international norms. But however, the NDP's Vision 2030's targets in terms of the sector are very clear. And that means that priority should always go to South African academia and professors if we are to grow our own timber. Next slide. In the interest of time, this was a slide depicting the current breakdown of the current employment equity report for the higher education sector. In the interest of time, I will skip it. Next slide, please. In terms of, there is a second rationale for state intervention, and that has to do with governance challenges that we have noted within the sector, and that is characterized by fruitless and wasteful expenditure, adverse audit findings within some audit reports by certain institutions, non-compliance with delegations of authority, non-compliance with supply chain management policies, dysfunctional bid committees. A key risk that we have identified as the network in the last 10 years is the poor oversight by certain institutions, specifically in most cases where institutions you find that they do not have the requisite institutional and management capacity, but the poor oversight on infrastructure projects and the poor utilization of the infrastructure efficiency grant is a key risk within the sector, and this is one area that we feel state intervention should be strengthened, because it results in fruitless and wasteful expenditure, abandoned uninhabitable public infrastructure projects. In some cases, we have found vice chancellors and councils, accounting authorities failing to exercise recoveries on errant contractors, and lack of consequence management by councils and vice chancellors. Unlawful private-public partnerships entered into without ministerial approval using public funding. The issue of public or rather historic reserves that are held by the historically advantaged institutions and how these reserves are utilized is one area that we feel still needs state intervention, because those historic reserves are public funds. Yes, they may have come from the old apartheid era. It may have been rather accumulated profits from the apartheid era, but those reserves belong to the Republic, and the utilization thereof by the various institutions need guidance by the state, because we feel that these reserves can be better used for the good of the public sector, better sharing of resources with the lesser financially endowed institutions. Lastly, also, we see a trend in the utilization of public funds in frivolous litigation, higher settlement payoffs, and that has been the trend that we've noticed. Next slide, please. Just in closure, Chairperson, just to emphasize that the role of the jihad regulations for reporting by public higher education institutions, I think it was gazetted in 9th of June 2014, Notice R464. It states that the role of the Vice Chancellor is essentially that of an accounting officer in terms of the Higher Education Act. And all requirements that are expected of the DG in terms of the PFMA are applicable. And that means the duty to take effective and appropriate steps to prevent fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Next slide. Also, to ensure that effective and appropriate steps are taken to prevent fruitless and wasteful expenditure. In brief, Chairperson, and in lieu of the time challenges that we have, I would elect to stop here, but also just to, in conclusion, indicate that the Section 217 of the Constitution, last slide, indicates that all entities of state must, or rather even the PFMA, that to ensure that there is adequate and appropriate procurement and provision systems maintained by vice chancellors and councils, and in that area, we feel that it is not just governance challenges that require state intervention, but where institutions of higher learning fail to implement transformation. In brief, Chairperson, I think in the interest of time, I will stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lehwabe from the Higher Education Transformation Network. We truly appreciate you availing yourself for this important activity. Really, your contributions have really sparked a great sense of thought from all of us. Colleagues, honorable members, it's now 14:16. I'd like for us to adjourn for lunch and return in 30 minutes at 14:45. To those of you on the virtual platform, it's really unfortunate we can't have lunch all together, but we hope that, in fact, you have been in a better state. You've had the liberty of moving around while you join us on the virtual platform. But we will see each other at 14:45 as we go into discussions, and then we will have recommendations in our closure. Thank you so much.
You can send e-wallet, Chair.